guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I'm Laura Winters.
Give me as president, the emergency authority to shut down the border until it could get back under control. If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
You're listening to President Biden on the campaign trail in South Carolina ahead of the Democrat primary, which is coming up on Saturday, February 3rd. He's urging Congress to pass the Senate's bipartisan immigration bill, but it's tied to Ukraine funding.
Folks, the bottom line is our economy has grown more in the last 6 months than it ever did at any point in Trump's entire 4 years in office.
Now, the president claims Bidenomics is working, but a new Pew Research poll finds 72% of Americans worried about soaring food prices, others worried about the cost of a home.
I was the guy who sent every one of you those $1,400 checks. On top of that, I sent those $300 checks per child, per family, per month for hardworking families. That was thousands of dollars in pockets to get people through a real crisis.
Wife Jill Biden campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. In other news this Sunday, Texas not backing down after a standoff with the federal government over razor wire put up in the town of Eagle Pass to keep illegal aliens out. Republican Governor Greg Abbott refusing to remove the razor wire that is keeping people from coming into our country. Houthi rebels backed by Iran continue to strike ships in the Red Sea. It is a real problem there. There have been at least 159 attacks by the Houthis on U.S. troops in the Middle East since October 17th. The United States and our allies pulling funding from a UN group that reportedly participated in the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. 1,200 Jewish people slaughtered there, more than 200 hostages taken. More than 100 people remain held by Hamas today in Gaza. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Turning now to USA Business News. The Dow ending the session Friday at 38,109, up 60 points at the close of trading on Friday. The Nasdaq off 55 points and the S&P 500 down 3 points. So how is the economy doing, and is Bidenomics actually working? Corey Myers takes a look.
According to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, the economy is strong and should continue to grow in a positive direction. Yellen sat down with ABC News and told Elizabeth Schultz how she sees things.
We have an economy that has been growing at a good, healthy pace. Consumers and households feel confident enough about their own personal financial situation and about the economic outlook to be spending in a way that's creating jobs, is creating growth, and is providing them with the income to go on doing that.
Yellen went on to say there's no obvious reason why the country would enter into a recession. I'm Corey Myers.
The LA Times announcing a large wave of layoffs. The paper says it plans to cut roughly a quarter of its staff, or about 115 people, from the newsroom. These job cuts expected as the owners of California's largest daily paper say it's losing between $30 and $40 million a year. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Look at what time it is. So it's time to close out another weekend. Here comes a Monday. And we say that so enthusiastically. It's the greatest day of the week. Oh, yeah. So hi there. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Everybody gather around as we get it started here. Turn the page on the calendar. Final Monday for the month of January. That's right. It's 29th day of January. 2 to go. And we'll be talking February. That means spring's getting closer. Of course, first we got to hear from old Punxsutawney Phil and get his prognostication. Will it be 6 more weeks of winter? How was that? Did you enjoy that warm-up over the weekend? Got a bit of a reality check this past day, but I'm not going to complain. 36 degrees outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio on a cloudy night. Well, we saw the big warm-up. So we're going to flip the page back, and forecasters tell us the next storm to plunge into the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, will be arriving early this week. Moving into the Great Lakes, it will bring a swath of accumulating snow from the UP of Michigan to the Central Appalachians over the next couple of days. This will be an Alberta Clipper, as they call it, dropping out of Canada, dipping into the jet stream, bringing some cooler air into the upper levels of the atmosphere. So again, cities like Detroit, Chicago, Indianapolis, you'll see daytime temperatures a few degrees lower by the time we get to Tuesday. The divide of the mild air across the Central Plains and the chilly air surging in from Canada into the Great Lakes, that's going to demarcate where wintry conditions might spread from early to midweek. Daytime highs in the 40s for Monday across southern Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, northern Illinois. Too warm for snow, but that will transition to widespread 30s for highs on Tuesday. Areas further to the southwest in the plains like St. Louis, Kansas City, probably going to see a pretty noticeable drop in temperatures by Tuesday, but still a bit above typical late January in the 40s. As this storm makes its debut early to midweek, again, it will bring the risk of some wintry travel conditions and some accumulating snow from Michigan to the higher terrain in western North Carolina. That's a pretty broad area. It'll be contenders for a burst of snow that may drop a few inches on the grass and even on some of the roadways, especially the higher terrain there. It'll be a quick-moving storm, not a whole lot of moisture to work with, but it could bring a general 1 to 3 inches in parts of the Midwest from Monday night to Tuesday, the southern Appalachians Tuesday night to Wednesday. So we have to watch travel on portions of I-64, 70, 75, 90, and 96 from Michigan to West Virginia. Could see a range of road conditions from maybe just wet to slushy to snow-covered, depending on the elevation there. Although it will be a general 1 to 3, this system could produce just enough snow to be disruptive to travel Tuesday morning in parts of lower Michigan and northern Indiana. AccuWeather tells us that from Lansing, Michigan to Fort Wayne, Indiana, northwestern suburbs of Detroit could see a period of steadier snow at some point during or maybe just after the morning commute there on Tuesday. Tuesday night into Wednesday across the Appalachians, higher snow totals, upwards of 3 inches for parts of eastern and southeastern West Virginia, western Virginia, even down into the Smoky Mountains of eastern Tennessee and far western North Carolina. Roads may become quickly covered in a burst of snow. Well, that would be welcome for the ski resorts in the southern and central Appalachians. Later Tuesday into Wednesday, we'll see that general 1 to 3 inches with some locally higher amounts. Northwest North Carolina to West Virginia, even the higher ground of the Laurel Highlands, southwestern Pennsylvania, and western Maryland across Garrett County. Following the storm system, though, high pressure moves into the Midwest, the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, finally a chance to dry out. Later this week, a front may swing southward out of the Great Lakes to the southeast as another storm pushes out of Canada into parts of the northeast. So that's several days away, but yeah, definitely enjoyed the warm-up, but the warm-up came with the trade-off of rain. It's been raining like every day. Looking for some sunshine, which seems like we haven't seen any in quite some time. But what did you see? I mean, in the D.C. area, you saw temperatures approaching 80. Yeah, establishing a new monthly record high back on Friday. Now, highs in the 40s or maybe just a little above average will continue Monday and on into Tuesday. Looks like a high in the mid-40s for New York City on Friday. Temperatures are forecast to dip into the mid-30s by later Monday morning. All right, Scranton, PA, Albany, New York, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Portland, Maine, Boston, areas that could see a little bit of accumulating snow from the caboose of this storm system that had been pushing through over the weekend. In most cases, it's going to be the wet, clinging snow rather than the dry, powdery stuff that occurred back in early and mid-January. Even if it doesn't snow steady for a few hours, the tail end of this storm, overnight tonight, Sunday into early Monday, your roads are pretty warm in the I-95 corridor. Shouldn't see any problems with roads getting slick. Most of it just melting on contact. We had some big, beautiful snowflakes coming down early Sunday. But again, after those warm weekend temperatures, all pretty much melting on contact. But it did make for some pretty photo opportunities, if you know what I mean. All right, we know it is set. Super Bowl 2024. How was your predictions? It will be the San Francisco 49ers versus the Kansas City Chiefs. There's that matchup once again. Brock Purdy threw for 267 yards and a touchdown. 49ers rallied from 17 points down at halftime to beat the Lions 34-31. Yeah, Lions had a chance for the first ever Super Bowl appearance, but not to be. 49ers scored 17 points in an 8-minute span of the third quarter to tie the NFC Championship game, then pulled away in the fourth quarter, earning that rematch against Kansas City. Of course, after losing to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl 4 years ago. Round the country, it's 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. It is, yes, the greatest day of the week. Cap and Ron will be checking in here. We'll say hello to some of our friends getting on board. And as I look at the screen, there he is. It looks like we may hear for the first time in the new year, two-time world champion manure hauler, the Carolina Monkey Gouger.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, on a Monday. Hello to Philly Dan. It is that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Are we going to war? That's a good question. Developments over the weekend. Not good. The first U.S. service members to die after more than 3 months of attacks on American forces in the Middle East were killed Saturday. A drone strike on a U.S. base in Jordan this time around. Now, those deaths, in addition to the 2 U.S. Navy SEALs that were lost in that attempt to keep weapons from Iran from reaching the Houthi rebels in Yemen. January 28, 3 U.S. service members killed, more than 30 injured from what they call a one-way attack. Yeah, that impacted the base there in northeast Jordan near the Syrian border, according to Central Command. As a matter of respect for the families and accordance with the DOD policy, the identities will be withheld until the next of kin have been notified. A report said that a total of wounded Americans is in excess of 30. The attack taking place at Tower 22 in Georgia, again near the border with Syria. The drone was fired from Syria, believed to have been launched by the Iran-backed militia group. While we're still gathering the facts on this attack, we know it was carried out by radical Iran-backed militant groups operating in Syria and Iraq, according to the statement from the president. Biden says the U.S. will hold those responsible to account at a time and manner of our choosing. As the numbers continue to add up, as of Friday, there have been more than 158 attacks on American and allied forces in Iraq and Syria. About 70 American troops have been injured in those attacks. Sunday's attack on Tower 22 reported to be the first since these attacks began back in October. Now, we've got about 2,000 troops stationed at an air base there in Jordan, according to the New York Times. Jordan also holds support personnel for a U.S. base in Al-Tanf in Syria. Interview with ABC News prior to the attack, General C.Q. Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, defending the Biden administration's military approach there in the Middle East. I would also ask, do they want a broader conflict? Do you want us in a full-scale war? And that's the goal, is to deter them. We don't want to go down a path of greater escalation that drives to a much broader conflict in the region. Again, that was prior to the attacks that occurred over the weekend. Brown said part of our work here is to make sure as things just happen in the Middle East, is not to have the conflict broaden. That may change with this. Also, as I provide advice, when we think about the approach we take, we want to ensure we take away capability while we protect our forces at the same time and not have this broaden into a much wider conflict. What will the response from U.S. forces be? We'll find out in short order, I'm sure. So that's that. Brian says, good morning, gang, from the home 20. Everybody have a safe night, a safe morning. Marianne in the house. Weekend went okay, she says. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 38 degrees in Mahwah, New Jersey, as we head to Hartford, Connecticut. Hello, Captain Ron.
Happy greatest day of the week.
Here we are again.
Yeah, boy, am I off on my predictions, huh? I called Ravens and Lions, but I'm glad I wasn't a betting man. So, this thing in Jordan, I don't think anything will be done about it. That costs war. We need our money to go to Ukraine, don't we?
Not right.
I don't know. I don't think anything will be done because of that. Well, I'll be nice and just say kitty cat that's in the White House. But how about, can I do a nomination for the Dumbass of the Week already?
Absolutely.
I'm going to nominate that coach of the Lions, Dan Campbell, for going for fourth down, not once, but twice, instead of taking field goals. I mean, they lost by 3, and they potentially could have been up by 3. So I'm going to say that's my nomination for the Dumbass of the Week. What do you think?
Take the points when you're, I did see that. Yeah, they 2 failed fourth downs when they were in field goal range. Tough calls to make, right?
you've got to take the points in this caliber of the game. You know they're going to come back and score again on you with, I think the last one was like 7 minutes to go or something. You know they're going to most likely score at least another touchdown, putting you down 10 points if you don't take the field goal.
Right.
I don't know. It just, to me, it was a dumbass call. But anyway, they had a great season. Congrats for getting that far, but I don't think the turnout should have been that way. But anyway, I guess that's all I got for now. I appreciate you taking my call.
Well, enjoy the greatest day of the week, Captain Ron. 10-4. Well, after being questioned about whether he could lead a comeback, Brock Purdy, has now done that twice in as many weeks. Of course, he engineered that game-winning drive in the fourth quarter to beat Green Bay last week. Then even a bigger comeback against the Lions yesterday. Christian McCaffrey had 2 TD runs. The little-used backup, Elijah Mitchell, scored on a 3-yard run to make it 34-24 with 3:02 to play as the Niners got over the conference title game hump after losing the past 2 seasons. Niners blew a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game against the Rams 2 years ago. Then they were forced to play much of last year's title game loss at Philadelphia without a functioning quarterback after Purdy injured his elbow. San Francisco managed to make that long journey back to this stage, now in a position to deliver the franchise record-tying 6th Super Bowl title, which would be the first since the 1994 season. Yes, what was a magical season for the Lions, ending in heartbreak. Detroit remains the only team to play every season of the Super Bowl era without reaching the ultimate game. This looked like it might be the year to end that drought. Detroit winning back-to-back playoff games after just winning 1 in the previous 56 seasons, but did not finish the job despite a 24-7 halftime lead. Any given Sunday, right? It is 844-844-3388. Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. How the hell are you?
I'm doing well. I mean, you how many ducks did you ultimately take down out there? You've been duck hunting for a long time.
Oh man, I tell you what, Steve, it was it's probably one of the best duck seasons we ever had. What little bit I got to hunt during duck season, killed a bunch of deer going into the first, but I got a public address message from the monkey guy. If you've been around COVID or your family members has got COVID, don't go out in public and spread the damn stuff. Steve, it was like the 4th or 5th day into duck season, and this gentleman come over there and brought his grass hut, and you mind if he goes? No, we don't care, you know. So he's sitting there, you know, and shaking hands with everybody, coughing on them and everything. And he said, well, I got to go back home. Okay, you know, go back home. So the grandson, we get in the boat to go across the lake, and he just, Granddaddy couldn't go, so everybody is in the family is homesick with COVID. I said, well, what the hell are you doing here? He said, well, I'm the only one that ain't been around it. I've been in the swamp for 2 weeks. I said, I just come out, and he said, I didn't think I was infected. I said, man, you got to be joking me, right?
Wow.
Well, that afternoon, I got that scratchy throat.
Yep.
And then the next morning, I woke up, and I was hurting from head to toe. I mean, bad muscle aches, joint aches, coughing my head off. Debbie says, "What the hell's wrong with you?" I said, "I got COVID." She said, "Do what?" I said, "I got COVID." And she said, "You're joking me." I said, "No, I ain't joking you one bit." I said, Yank come over and brought his grandson. Everybody at his house is sick with it, shaking our hand, coughing on us and everything. And we found it out through his grandson that everybody had COVID. She, "Well, we're going right on to the doctor." We called the doctor. The doctor said, "Don't bring him up here. Don't want it in my office. Test him and make sure he got it. I'll call something in." So he tested me. And sure enough, it come back positive. I don't believe that thing. This thing lie. So she went and got another one, come back to the house, and this is here, boy. It lit up. Bam! I said, "Well, look like we got the COVID." So she called the doctor, and he gave me some of that Paxlovid or whatever, and I'm going to tell you.
The Paxlovid, which I've never taken that. The wife took it on her second bout of COVID, but we pause there. We'll be right back. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Former President Trump on the campaign trail in Las Vegas. He praises House Speaker Mike Johnson for announcing the bipartisan Senate immigration bill is dead on arrival in the Republican-controlled House.
Mike Johnson, Speaker, he just said it's dead on arrival in the House. It's dead on arrival. We want either a strong bill or no bill, and whatever happens, happens.
And that is partly because the bill is tied to Ukraine funding.
And what I worry about for all of us is these court cases are going to go on for another year.
And Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, back in her home state of South Carolina, campaigning ahead of the February 24th Republican presidential primary. Haley says Trump has too many distractions with the court cases he's facing.
And you know who sees that? Russia, China, Iran.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we kick off a brand new week. Back to work. Back to the old grind, right? Hello to Jeffrey. Morning, Steve. This Friday is the big move day from New York City to Florida, down near Fort Lauderdale. Can't wait. All right. That'll be, you talk about a change of weather. All right, Pappy's on board. I have no idea how cold it is on the far side of southwest Hamilton County. It's probably warmer in the Hot Shot Secret bunker hidden deep beneath the Earth's crust. With that said, hello to the greatest day of the week. However, I gotta go. Duty calls. No time for chit-chat. I'll save that for later if I'm able. Peace out. So, duty calls. Hello, Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Thursday to me. It's a balmy 33 at Memphis International. Been a long weekend moving the groceries around the Memphis area in the rain. And my allergies are kicking my butt, so I'm glad tomorrow is my Friday anyway. Sitting at the warehouse, waiting on something to do. I'll try to maybe check in later on a Monday morning. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull huller. Good morning, Steve. 38 degrees, Oakley, Kansas. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck cooling off tonight after a lot of miles and an epic week of cow trucking in the nation's pig trails, back roads, and boulevards. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the land of Oz. There he is. All right, welcome back, Gouger.
So anyway, I start calling around, talking to everybody who was on that duck hunt. Everybody got COVID. So, you know, I'm down for like 7 or 8 days. I mean, so they could, you know, I was supposed to go out that weekend, and I called them. I said, "Hey, I can't go nowhere. I got COVID." They said, "Well, guess what? You ain't going nowhere for 2 weeks because you in quarantine, and we don't want you around us." I said, "Well, thanks a lot, you know." But, you know, Steve, there is a shining star to this. I mean, I called the old boy up, give it to him. I told him I was going to beat his ass when I seen him. He started laughing. I said, "No, it ain't funny, Jack. I mean it." I said, "When I see you, I'm going to knock your head off." I said, "My grandchildren have got this." I said, "We really would have a problem." But I got a phone call from a friend of mine that we grew up together, and his uncle, man, he was our hero. I mean, Uncle Jay, he took us hunting and, I mean, everything. And he called me and said, hey, said, Jimmy said, I understand y'all own the ducks. I said, yeah, we own them pretty good. And he said, look, said, Uncle Jay's been diagnosed with the advanced stages of Alzheimer's, and said, I'd like to take him duck hunting one more time before it jumps on him. I said, well, you be there at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I said, you be there at 5:45 in the morning. I said, I'll put him on some ducks. You know, and he was kind of fuzzy a little bit, but he could remember everything that me and him, he was talking about stuff and carrying on. We was mowing them ducks down, having a good time. And he said, well, you know something, I'm thinking I'll just come back tomorrow. I said, I will come back tomorrow. You know, we'll go every day this week if you won't go. So I got to spend some time with him, and that was the shining star of the whole episode. I mean, I did get to spend time with him, but Lee was telling us that, you know, this time next year, he won't even know where he's at, that it's really bad. And he was in that Agent Orange over there in Vietnam. Don't know if that's got something to do with it or whatever, but that was the shining star. But I got my big Christmas present, boy. Debbie really, really shocked me. I've been wanting this shotgun for about 6 or 7 months. I'd go by there and hold it, look at it. I said, you know, this will make a great present. This will make a great Christmas present. She said, you're going to rub the finish off of it much you hold it. So she hid the thing in the attic from me. And so we opened up Christmas, and everybody was around there, and the kids running crazy and everything. She said, what's wrong? I said, nah, nothing. I said, I'm okay. Everything good. She said, really? I said, oh, yeah, everything good. And she said, are you sure? I said, well, you know, there's one thing that I wanted, and I figured it had been under the tree, but I reckon I just had to go out and get it. She said, well, hold on a minute. Well, JJ went up there, climbed in the attic, come down with his box, walked, and then dropped in my lap. She said, Merry Christmas, honey. I mean, she gave me the coup de grace shotgun of duck hunting. A Wicked Wings 2 Browning A5. I mean, Steve, this thing is a duck killing machine, buddy. I mean, I couldn't miss. You know, I mean, it just reach out there, I'd take them down, you know. And so I was just ecstatic over that. She brought me a case of shotgun shells to go with it. I said, you know something, I think I'll keep you around for a couple more years. See, you damn well better. She said, I used your credit card to buy it. I said, oh, ain't you something? Got the bill the other day, and I like to have coronary arrest. But, yeah, I mean, it got, I didn't, that thing was kind of expensive, but hey, it's worth it, you know. Everything, much as I duck hunt, deer hunt, it'll be worth it. But, Steve, while I was off, there was a couple things I wanted to bring up tonight. What have you heard about this idiot that has proposed this $5 million insurance on all truckers?
Right. It's not the first time, of course, right? You've been there, done that. I mean, it seems like almost every Congress, they try to bring it up, but I don't know. It's never got out of committee in the past. I don't know if there's any chance this time if it's going to be different or not.
Well, one of the idiots that co-sponsored this thing is that idiot from Georgia that thought, you know, they put too many tanks over there. The island Guam, it would flip over. Well, he's one of the big co-sponsors of this site.
Right.
You know, he's an idiot anyway. So I said, let me get on the telephone. So I called my congressman, got a hold of his aide. He said, Jimmy said, he's in a meeting right now. I said, but he's been looking for a call from you. Said, give me that bill number. So I give it to him. About 45 minutes later, he calls me. He said, good God Almighty, has these people lost their mind? I mean, you know, this thing isn't a committee, and they don't get all, you know, unless we call them and tell them something's going on. They usually don't hear about it till it done hit the floor, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking, and I said, what do you know about this 3039, this Drive Act deal? He said, man, let me tell you something. I've had so many phone calls over that thing, my ears are still ringing over it. He said, I don't think it's going nowhere. I really don't. And I said, okay. And he said, I don't think it's going nowhere, but he said, you never can tell, but he said, I'll keep you posted on it. And so, you know, I'm urging everybody, get on the telephone, call your congressman, and we need to put a stop to this Drive Act, and we need to put a stop to the, you know, to this frivolous insurance bill that this idiot has brought out. Because I mean, it's bad. It's really.
I mean,
bad.
what would because I think the minimum right now, what, $750,000? If you jack that up to $5 million, what is your monthly insurance cost going to jump? I mean, it's going to jump several 100%, right?
It's gonna put me out of business. It's bad, Steve. I mean, it is really, really, really bad. I mean, the people that's sponsoring this thing ain't got an idea of what's going on, know anything about trucking or anything. They just thought it was a good idea, you know, to do this. And it's going to be detrimental to the trucking industry if this happens.
I mean, every time it comes up, the OOIDA comes back with the research and the current minimum insurance. They said most companies carry $1 million insurance anyway, most. But even for $750,000 is enough to cover the damages for 99.4%. So it's 0.6% of incidents the $750,000 not enough to cover. Less than 1%.
Right. Now, the question I put to him, I said, okay, they want to jack our insurance prices up through the roof and everything. Well, you say let's jack up the car industry's insurance. Let's make them go to $1 million coverage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 'cause most of these dudes out here riding around, they ain't got no just the bare minimum
correct
insurance to cover a wreck, and let's jack it up on them. He said, well, that's a good idea. He said, y'all glad to pay it, let's make them pay it. So that was the other thing. And what have you been hearing about this 700,000 convoy that's going to the state of Texas?
I was gonna ask you the same. I've got a couple stories here, but that was the first I saw that over the weekend. I mean, somebody's dreaming big. 700,000 vehicles.
Right. I mean, it's not supposed to be all truck, but
right.
It's supposed to, be trucks and I reckon campers and cars and everything else going down there. So I don't know. I mean, it's going to be something.
Supposedly, it all begins later this morning, I think, in Virginia, and then they're going to be heading down, making stops in Florida, Louisiana. I mean, stops along the way, ultimately heading. And along the way, more and more vehicles are supposed to be joining in, is what they're saying?
Right. Now, I haven't seen nothing on it. All I know is it's just what I'm going by, what I've been seeing on YouTube. And now Fox News had a big story on it tonight or last night that, you know, Kristi Noem called Abbott and told him that she would personally drive a truckload of concertina wire to Texas. So,
well, as of Friday, there were 25 governors around the country. You know, and after the whole Supreme Court thing came down about telling them got to let them remove that wire, 25 governors said, stand your ground. All the Republican governors around the country say, we got your back. Yeah, some of them are actually looking to maybe send more of their National Guard down to assist Texas.
Well, I was looking at a thing they were showing from the border, and I've seen some highway patrol cars down there from Florida and some other states. And I was asking JJ about it. He said, yeah, there's like 6 states that sent troopers down there. You know, and so anyway, that's where that stands at. Hope they get something done.
It'll be interesting to see how many people actually join in that convoy. I mean, if you had 100,000 vehicles, let alone 700, I mean, yeah, how many miles? That would be miles and miles and miles of vehicles all trying to get in somewhere.
Well, see, what I was understanding is, my understanding on it, there was going to be people from, come in from, go to Texas. They were going to go, some of them was going to go to Virginia, not Virginia, but Nogales, Arizona, and then down to Tijuana, and they were going to try and, you know, lock it up all the way back. So, you know, that's where we at right now. That's about all I know about it.
Well, seeing as the first I heard of it was probably last Wednesday, I think Eagle brought it up first, and I hadn't even heard about it. I think it was Thursday I finally came across the first story about it, and then I went to the website. So just seems like, I don't know. We may be proven wrong. How do you not hear about it or talk about it on trucking radio? And I think all these drivers are going to be participating.
Right.
So
it's going to be interesting. Go from there and see what happens. They had to keep a ear open because, I mean, I didn't know nothing about it, and I seen that mother trucker talking about it.
Okay. Yep.
And he said that all the videos that we're seeing on this thing are from the People's Convoy. Back, you know, when they went to Washington.
Okay, the People's Convoy. I mean, they had one that was started in Canada. Then they brought it down here and it went into D.C. And that's the one that I think they were there for about a month and a half, weren't they? Rallying day after day after day.
Right.
So
it's going to be interesting. I mean, people are tired of Joe Biden. People are tired of his failed politics. And, you know, I mean, Abbott pretty well explained it to Biden when they had that Supreme Court decision. He said, you failed us, you failed the sovereignty of this country, so we had the right to protect ourselves.
That's correct.
So, anyway, Steve, that's about all I got. Just want to holler back at you. Yeah, we back on the grind. We'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right. Glad you survived. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. And hopefully that's your last bout with the COVID. He hopes. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, tell you what I've got here in regards to this convoy that's supposed to be starting today. From News Nation, a convoy, protesters who have deemed themselves God's army reportedly will make its way to the southern border this week as tensions rise between Texas and the Biden administration. The organizers of the Take Our Border Back convoy say their mission is to stand up against the globalists who they claim are conspiring to keep the border open and allow these illegals to flood into the country. This is a biblical, monumental moment that's been put together by God, according to one of the organizers, in a planned call. Let's see. Another said, we are besieged on all sides by dark forces of evil. The plan is to leave today, Monday, from Virginia Beach, Virginia, drive through the southeast with stopovers in Florida and Louisiana before arriving in Texas. The group plans to attend 3 separate rallies on February 3rd, one in Texas, one Arizona, one California. They're calling on active and retired law enforcement, military, veterans, elected officials, and other law-abiding, freedom-loving Americans to join the cause. Their goal is to shed light on the obvious dangers posed by the wide-open southern borders. According to Vice, convoy leaders say they want to send a message to the Biden administration to secure our border as the White House and Governor Abbott feud over border enforcement measures. Of course, last week, Governor Abbott said that this battle is not over after that Supreme Court ruling. Texas sued the federal government after Border Patrol agents began cutting down the wire, and that's where the justices sided with the Biden administration. As I just told Gouger, Thursday of last week, 25 Republican governors released a statement of solidarity with Abbott for stepping up to protect American citizens for historic levels of illegal immigration, deadly drugs like fentanyl, and terrorists entering our country. What else we have here? Next on the mix, there was a representative from Texas, Representative Keith Self. He joined the Fox Business Network last week discussing this Take Our Border Back convoy. Representative Self, who actually represents Texas' 3rd Congressional District, predicted 700,000 vehicles may participate in this convoy this week. Representative Self says, well, the people that have organized this are the same people that went from California to D.C. with the truckers. I understand we're going to be joined by some Canadian truckers. So these people are committed to a peaceful demonstration that we've had enough. The American people have had enough. We're demanding the Biden administration do its job, enforce the laws on the books, and secure our border. To date, 8 million people during the Biden administration have come in. That's more than the population of Ohio. It's time for us to rise up as the American people and demand our president do his job. This should be a peaceful movement of the American people joined by other nations if they'd like to come. This is the Canadian truckers, the German farmers, the French farmers, the Dutch farmers. All right, more to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. Former President Trump on the campaign trail in Las Vegas. He praises House Speaker Mike Johnson for announcing the bipartisan Senate immigration bill is dead on arrival in the Republican-controlled House.
Mike Johnson, Speaker, he just said it's dead on arrival in the House. It's dead on arrival. We want either a strong bill or no bill, and whatever happens, happens.
And that is partly because the bill is tied to Ukraine funding.
And what I worry about for all of us is these court cases are going to go on for another year.
And Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, back in her home state of South Carolina, campaigning ahead of the February 24th Republican presidential primary. Haley says Trump has too many distractions with the court cases he's facing.
And you know who sees that? Russia, China, Iran. That's who sees that. That's why I'm worried. That's the problem I have.
In other news, a warning to Americans traveling to the Bahamas, as there have been 18 murders there so far this year. The U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas releasing a security warning and travel advisory in light of an uptick soaring food prices. Others worried about the cost of a home. Wife Jill campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. and the winner of today's football games head to the Super Bowl.
We find out who's taking part in the Super Bowl this weekend. On Sunday, first, the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Ravens in the AFC Championship. That one's in Baltimore. Kickoff set for 3 p.m. Eastern from M&T Bank Stadium. In the NFC Championship, the Detroit Lions traveling to the West Coast to take on the San Francisco 49ers. Kickoff there 6:30 Eastern from Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A warning to Americans traveling to the Bahamas, as there have been 18 murders there so far this year. The U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas releasing a security warning and travel advisory in light of an uptick in gang violence. Now, earlier in the week, the State Department putting Jamaica on a travel advisory list due to an increase in violence there. Staggering sums of money. Former President Donald Trump ordered to pay E. Jean Carroll a whopping total of $83 million in damages for defaming her. The New York jury in federal court awarding $18 million in compensatory damages and $65 million in punitive damages. She originally asked for $10 million. The jury deliberated for 3 hours and came to a unanimous verdict. Now, on Truth Social, Donald Trump writing, "Absolutely ridiculous!" Exclamation point. "I fully disagree with both verdicts and will be appealing this whole Biden-directed witch hunt focused on me and the Republican Party. Our legal system is out of control and being used as a political weapon," he writes. "They have taken away all First Amendment rights. This is not America!" Exclamation point. The LA Times announcing a large wave of layoffs. The paper says it plans to cut roughly a quarter of its staff, or about 115 people, from the newsroom. These job cuts expected as the owners of California's largest daily paper say it's losing between $30 and $40 million a year. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that, we've got a Monday underway. Here we go, 29th of January. Hope you had a good weekend. Soggy weekend at the Summers residence. ugly. But enjoyed the warmer temperatures, that's for sure. Hello to Dingbat, the lovely Dingbat checking in. Just home, staying out of trouble. No, wait a minute. Trouble is my name. I start my new shift Monday, which means I can be normal. No, wait a minute. I'm not normal. After being married to Brain Dead, there's nothing normal in this home. But it's a nice 30 degrees at the home 20. Hope all is well. Everybody be safe out there. Drive safely. All right, Martin says, good morning, all. Hope everybody had a great weekend. A proud papa here. We welcomed our 15th grandchild into this crazy world a few days ago. Right now, looking at 36 degrees here in Lima. Going down to 31 tonight. Everybody stay safe. I'm with you. Congratulations, 15th. Wow. Gets pretty expensive come Christmas time, don't it? All those grandkids. My. Truck and Troy link. Good morning, Steve-O, checking in from Homer, Michigan. Just wanted to say hello and have a great day. Tim says, good evening, y'all. It's been raining and snowing a bit here today, just like it's been for days and days. Tracy, what's going on tonight? Home in Hillsboro, Ohio. We'll be leaving out Tuesday morning, heading for Texas. There's Jerry Spencer. Good morning, Kokomo, Indiana. About time to get the boat out with all this rain. Yes, the pontoon. Thanks for everything you do. Roy on board. Hey, Steve, just a heads up. We've got dense fog and some freezing fog overnight tonight in northwest Illinois. Everybody be careful out there. Russell. Hello, Russell Miller. How are y'all doing in the underground secret bunker? Hope you and the family doing well. 36 here, Dayton, Ohio. I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl. I don't like either team. I'll be doing 8 hours of it. It's the best day of the week. I'll be listening in so you can keep me up. A shout out to Spaceman, Monkey Gouger, Eagle, all those good truckers out there. Y'all truck drivers be safe, as my late father-in-law would say. Keep it between the ditches. And everybody have a good day. All right. Matthew, good morning, Steve. The overnight listeners' prayers for the 3 families who just lost their sons in Jordan this past day. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Tim sends me the link. TakeOurBorderBack.com, the link to the convoy. He said, personally, I think it's a bad move. If some Yahoo starts some mischief, better be wary of that. Now, they did actually mention that. Let me get back to, we were talking about some of the organizers. Apparently, they had set up a Give, Send, Go fundraiser, and using the same logo as the Convoy's website, which is ranked at about more than $66,000. One of the donors said, once willing to die defending this country, now willing to die protecting my family from what this country has become. Another donor says, put on the full armor of God so you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Now, another convoy organizer said the rallies are supposed to be peaceful, but acknowledged not everyone in the group may be on the same page. We realize we may have some infiltrators. There may be some people who try to subvert us, who jump in the convoy, provocateurs, if you know what I mean. We may have some of that. We're going to have to deal with our security team. Individuals of that nature will be asked to leave. Now, we did mention the representative there from Texas, Keith Self, who is planning to participate. He is going to actually be speaking at the Eagle Pass, Texas rally during the Take Our Border Back rally and protests. That'll be February 3rd. They start the convoy today, stops, and then all those rallies are coming up on February the 3rd. Now, found some interesting news also out of Texas. As late last week, recall the White House trying to give deadlines, trying to tell Governor Abbott how to run his state, that you will give the Border Patrol back access there in Eagle Pass, and they will start removing the concertina wire. Fox News reporting that a high-ranking Customs and Border Protection official told them that their relationship with the Texas Guard is a strong relationship. Now, while this issue all plays out in the courts, the relationship between Border Patrol, Texas DPS at the Department of Public Safety, and the Texas Military Department remains strong, adding that our focus is and will always be the mission of protecting this country and its people. On the ground, we continue to work alongside these valuable partners. Bottom line, Border Patrol has no plans to remove infrastructure, a.k.a. C-wire, placed by Texas along the border. Our posture remains the same. If we need to access an area for emergency response, we will do that. When that happens, we will coordinate with Texas DPS and Texas Military Department. The Border Patrol Union also issued a statement outlining that agents will not interfere with Texas National Guard members carrying out lawful orders. Texas National Guard and the rank-and-file Border Patrol agents work together and respect each other's jobs, period. If Texas National Guard members have lawful orders, that they have to carry out those orders. Rank-and-file Border Patrol agents appreciate and respect what Texas has been doing to defend the state in the midst of this catastrophe that the Biden administration has unleashed on America. But we want to be perfectly clear. There is no fight between rank-and-file Border Patrol agents and the Texas National Guard, Governor Abbott, or the Texas Department of Public Safety. It may make some flashy headlines, but it is not true. This, as Governor Abbott was interviewed by Tucker Carlson, saying that Texas is prepared for conflict with the federal government. 25 states have expressed support for Texas, with 10 of them, according to Abbott, deploying their own National Guard to Texas to assist. One of those states is Oklahoma, with Governor Kevin Stitt saying on Friday that we have the right to defend our country against invasion. The White House has refused to rule out some of the Democrat suggestions of federalizing the Texas National Guard. Sounds like don't be trying to bite off more than you can chew, if that makes sense. And none of this whatsoever bodes well for the reelection of, be it Joe Biden or the reelection of any Democrat. The overwhelming majority of the American people want this damn border secured. Now, we're hearing this. I guess the Senate had come up with some sort of a deal that would have the Ukraine funding built in with some additional measures for border security. Most of it would be money, which I think Ted Cruz last week pretty clearly, and I think I mentioned that myself, said, you listen to when Biden says we need money for more custom border patrol. We need money for more judges down there on the border to adjudicate these cases more quickly. Essentially, he's saying we need more money to just help these people into the country quicker. He doesn't say anything about really actually securing the border. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Let's see, glad to hear the Monkey Gouger tonight. Love the show. Fergie from Pleasant Lake, Michigan. Good to have you with us there, Fergie. Tim in the Ann Arbor area. Robert Duck, good morning from the home 20. Boy, my Ravens sucked. Well, anyway, congratulations, Kansas City and the refs on that win. I did not get to see that game. Was there controversy? Seems like time after time after time with these Kansas City games, it seems like you always see the picture of Mahomes giving the ref a kiss at the end of the game, like we did it. I did not see the game, so I'm not sure. Hello to Darlene. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners out there. Get back to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Monday, greatest day of the week.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What a mess it was. Horse Feathers sharing the report out of Baltimore from the Associated Press. A big crash involving more than 40 vehicles, closing all lanes of the heavily traveled US 50 Bay Bridge in Maryland on Saturday. 13 injured, obviously traffic snarled for hours. The Maryland Transportation Authority sharing that the morning crashes on the westbound lanes closed the bridge. Obviously major delays. The Transportation Authority said in a later post that eastbound and westbound traffic were kind of alternating turns on the eastbound side of the bridge, but the westbound was still closed. They did finally get that reopened later Saturday afternoon. 2 taken to hospitals with serious injuries. 11 others also injured, but none of those considered life-threatening. 23 vehicles involved in the initial chain reaction crash. Investigators believe about 20 other vehicles were involved in a series of secondary crashes. But traffic cameras showing emergency vehicles, lights flashing, trying to get to the scene, but everything was gridlock. All but impossible to get the emergency responders there. Cause still being investigated Saturday afternoon. I know Saturday afternoon, it was plenty warm enough. You didn't have icy conditions. But I'm thinking there was indeed probably plenty of rain coming down, maybe just the rainy conditions. Find out anything more, we'll pass it your way. But meanwhile, what do we get? Back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. How we doing on a Monday, greatest day of the week, Eagle?
Well, I was doing good, Steve. Hey, listen, man, I was doing good, but unfortunately, first of all, before I get started, did you say that Monkey Gouger called in earlier?
Yes, he did. Sure did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to go back and listen to the podcast, hear what he had to say. I tuned in late because I was at a sports bar watching the ball game today, watching both of the games, and Yeah, I'm out here on the road. I ain't got no TV in my truck, so I had to go to the sports bar. But you know something, Steve, man? Guess what? I'm about. Well, I've been fed up with this guy. Guess what? As soon as I turned my radio on, because they didn't say nothing about it during the football game, they didn't say anything about what I'm about to talk about, Steve. And this guy here, he has got to take some action because I'm getting fed up with this guy, and a lot of other people are getting fed up with him. Guess what? As soon as I turned my radio on tonight, when I got into my truck after the game, I got back in the truck around about 11 o'clock. And what do I hear on my radio news report? 3 U.S. servicemen have been killed and 34 injured by a drone attack. Showing the weakness again of Joe Biden, Steve. This has been going on too long. These people are taking advantage of this guy. Joe Biden needs to hit these people, and he needs to hit them hard. I mean, real hard. He needs to be he talking about he going to take action. Well, you need to take action now, Joe Biden, not a week from now, brother. You need to take some action, Steve, because these people are not playing games, and now we got 3 innocent people that are dead right now for no reason. Military people. Did you hear about that news, Steve?
Yes, absolutely. Yep, sure did.
This is disgusting. It's bad enough what he got going on the southern border. It's bad enough that he's not doing his job with that deal, and now he got our military boys and girls, people's kids overseas trying to defend this country, and this man is not showing them support that they deserve, and it pisses me off because there's no excuse for 3 military individuals to be killed by this organization. Joe Biden, we are the most powerful nation in the world, so they say. We need to show that we're the most powerful nation in the world because right now these other countries don't think so, Steve, and I'm fed up with it. Like I say, I was having a good day. I'm minding my own business, watching the football game, and I turned the radio on, and this is the first thing I hear that we've been attacked again. And here's what really pisses me off. It's not only is it going to occur over there in foreign seas, a foreign country, it's going to eventually come to the United States, Steve. I've been telling you this for years now. It's just a matter of time before these people hit us on our own soil. And you can't blame nobody, and I don't care who gets offended, you can't blame nobody but that loser that's in that White House right now. And I'm fed up with it, and a lot of other people are fed up with it. He's already don't let 20 million people into this country for no reason whatsoever. He's already destroyed the oil industry. He destroyed all the electrical car. That's turned into a failure. Everything this man has put his hands on the last 3 years has been a failure. Am I right or am I wrong, Steve?
I think you're pretty much spot on there, Eagle.
Yeah, because I'm very aggravated at what I'm hearing. You know, we lost lives over there in Afghanistan when that guy pulled out a couple of years ago. We talked about that. Those military people that lost their lives in that deal because of Joe Biden's stupidity. The stupidity has to come to a stop, Steve. This man has shown that he is not up to the job. As simple as that. Joe Biden, if he had any pride in himself whatsoever, he will resign the position of the White House. His family, it shouldn't even have to be forced out of the way. He cannot do the job. He needs to resign. We have people losing their lives now, Steve. When you have people losing their lives, it's time for Joe Biden to move on. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm tired of talking about it. We got the border wide open. We damn near going to a damn civil war in Texas right now. I ain't even got to the truck drivers that's rolling down to Texas right now. They said over 500,000 truckers are rolling towards Texas right now to blockade the damn border. This is totally out of control, Steve. 3 years ago, Donald Trump had this. He had the USA in total control. We're in utter chaos right now. We're, like Trump said the other day, Steve, we're on the brink of World War III. We are on the brink of nuclear Armageddon in this world because of this man, his incapability. This is disgusting. Joe Biden needs to be dropping bombs tonight, not tomorrow, not 2 weeks from now. He needs to prove to these people that we are not playing games, and he needs to show these people that we mean business, and we're not going to allow them to kill American people. Because like I told you before, like I said a few seconds ago, Steve, it's happening over there. Eventually, it's going to take place in America. These people are going to step into the USA and start killing American people. And then what is Joe Biden going to do about that? He's going to do absolutely nothing. So it's time. The games have to come to a stop, Steve. And like I say, every time I turn the news on, it's something new with this guy, Joe Biden. he gives me plenty of stuff to talk about, but it's not good. It's not good things to talk about because, like I said before, what's going on in Texas is an ultimate disgrace. I talked to a guy the other day. He's not even from the USA. This guy here is from Africa. He's appalled at what's going on with the southern border. He can't believe. He said that there's no way nobody can walk into Africa and just come into the country unabated. Nobody know who the hell you are. Just step into Africa and allow the country, the border to be wide open like that is the USA. This guy he's not even an American, and he's appalled at what he's saying. And it's just totally disgusting. So, like I said, like I told you before, like I told you last week, Steve, the Supreme Court, they showed their true colors last week when they told Greg Abbott to cut the barbed water and release people into this country that don't belong. You got a man on national TV last week telling the American people basically to their face that you are going to be attacked. He said, "You don't know who I am, but you will know who I am very soon." Yeah. That's a threat. And yet this man, he still ain't incarcerated as we speak right now. Joe Biden should have a nationwide man up for that guy, trying to find out where the hell he is and get that guy locked up and put behind bars where he belongs. That guy's still on the street as we speak right now. So, like I said, the incompetence has got to come to a stop, Steve. When you start losing American lives, that's when it's stepped over the point. And I'm going to repeat myself one more time before I hang up with you. If they're doing it overseas, it's just a matter of time before they hit us in the United States. And I thank you for taking my call.
And that was the warning, as a matter of fact, from 10 retired FBI directors and experts in the counterintelligence community. They just warned Congress that this border crisis under President Biden, and we have been following this and talking about it. The videos and the photos speak for themselves. Look at the sheer number of military-age men from all over the planet that are waltzing into our country. Yeah, these ex-FBI officials declared that the U.S. is, quote, extraordinarily less safe and secure because of this invasion. Tell you more on what they had to say to Congress, but they're pretty much advising. They're telling them, hey, it's coming to our land. More after this, though. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update.
Give me as president. The emergency authorities shut down the border until it could get back under control. If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
You're listening to President Biden on the campaign trail in South Carolina ahead of the Democrat primary, which is coming up on Saturday, February 3rd. He's urging Congress to pass the Senate's bipartisan immigration bill, but it's tied to Ukraine funding.
Folks, the bottom line is our economy has grown more in the last 6 months than it ever did at any point in Trump's entire 4 years in office.
Now, the president claims Bidenomics is working, but a new Pew Research poll finds 72% of Americans worried about soaring food prices, others worried about the cost of a home.
I was the guy who sent every one of you those $1,400 checks.
Wife Jill Biden campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so once again, it is 10 what they describe as notable former FBI officials who wrote a letter to congressional leaders warning this country is facing a, quote, new imminent danger because of the flood of illegal immigrants across the southern border. As former senior executives with the Federal Bureau of Investigation with deep experience combating dangers to the nation, we write to express our concern about a current specific threat that may be one of the most pernicious ever to menace the United States. The ex-FBI luminaries described the threat as new and unfamiliar. In its modern history, the U.S. has never suffered an invasion of the homeland, and yet one is unfolding now. Military-age men from across the globe, many from countries or regions not friendly to the United States, are landing in waves on our soil by the thousands. Not by splashing ashore from a ship or parachuting from a plane, but rather by foot across the border that has been accurately advertised around the world as largely unprotected with ready access granted. The intelligence officials noted that there has been a shockingly high number of gotaways, meaning those who have entered and evaded apprehension Since Biden was elected president, January 21, there have been more than 1.7 million known gotaways. Plus, an unknown number of illegal immigrants who snuck into the U.S. without even being detected. In light of such a daunting, unprecedented penetration by uninvited foreign actors, it is reasonable to assert that this country possesses dramatically diminished national security at this time. The nation's military and laws and other natural protective barriers that have provided traditional security in the past have been thoroughly circumvented over the past 3 years. The letter emphasized that military-aged males descending upon American cities and towns is alarming and perilous. They said the surge is likely no accident or coincidence. These men are potential operators in what appears to be an accelerated strategic penetration, a soft invasion designed to gain internal access to a country that cannot be invaded militarily in order to inflict catastrophic damage if and when enemies deem it necessary. That was their summation. The ex-FBI official stressed that a startling number of the illegal immigrants infiltrating the U.S. are on the terrorist watch list or are from countries designated as state sponsors of terror, distinctly unfriendly to the United States. The letter pointed out the illegal immigrants are not just from terror-linked regions, but also from China and Russia, describing the countries as hostile adversaries of the U.S. with aspirations to devastate our national infrastructure. The letter cautions an attack could happen on U.S. soil that attempts to replicate the Hamas terror onslaught of Israel on October 7th that resulted in more than 1,100 dead. They proclaimed, "We would be remiss not to call out this potentially grave threat in the most direct terms. The warning lights are blinking." The letter highlighted that there's been relatively little discussion of the possibility of an attack from foreign invaders. The officials advised, "It is a troubling concern that needs illumination, not avoidance," and added that the border crisis issue deserves greater attention. The borders need to be secured against these young men, and those already here illegally must be identified and removed without delay. This will take the coordinated, cooperative efforts of the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the rest of the intelligence community to achieve. The FBI officials concluded the country has been invaded, an invasion that will continue as long as the nation's enemies perceive it will be tolerated. Until it is stopped, the United States is extraordinarily less safe and less secure. The warnings, the lights are flashing. Meanwhile, what we continue to see overseas, yes, and the ante you up the ante when you begin losing military members, U.S. military service members. The unmanned aerial drone attack that killed 3 U.S. service members and wounded more than 30 others on Sunday is the latest by the Iran-aligned militia groups operating in Iraq and Syria. They oppose, obviously, Israel's campaign in Gaza, and they hold the United States partially responsible. They have been attacking our troops in the region more than 150 times since that war started, in response to the Hamas attack on October 7. We've got about 2,500 U.S. troops stationed in Iraq, approximately 900 in Syria. They're there to prevent a resurgence of the Islamic State militants. But here's what's kind of unfolded since the October 7 incident there in Israel. It started on October 18. U.S. forces in Iraq targeted in 2 separate drone attacks. One of the drones intercepted, but still explodes, causing minor injuries, damaging some equipment. The following day, U.S. forces in Syria bringing down 2 drones, targeting them, leading to some minor injuries. Separately, drones and rockets target 2 bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq. October 26, an Iran-backed militia launches a drone at an air base that penetrates U.S. air defenses, crashes into the barracks housing American troops, but failed to detonate. One service member suffers a concussion from the impact. November 17, U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria attacked 3 times. A drone attack in Syria injures a service member who quickly returns to duty, while 2 other attacks in Iraq fail to cause damage or injuries. November 23, U.S. and international forces in northeast Syria are attacked with drones and rockets 4 times in 24 hours. No casualties, minor damage. Christmas Day, December 25, a one-way drone attack in Iraq by Iran-aligned militants leaves 1 U.S. service member in critical condition, wounding 2 others. January 9, a U.S. airstrike on a rocket launcher foils an attack on an airbase in Iraq. Now, January 20, 4 U.S. personnel suffer traumatic brain injuries after Iran-backed militias fired multiple ballistic missiles and rockets at an airbase in Iraq. And, of course, the latest, and those are just a handful of what is now, I believe the number is up to 159 attacks. What do we do? U.S. President Joe Biden has been giving a chilling nuclear warning over attacking Iran after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in the kamikaze drone. The ex-United Nations weapons inspector, David Albright, said the rogue state could be led into thinking that building nuclear warheads is their best way out if they are directly targeted by the U.S. in retaliation for the deaths. Now, U.S. Central Command confirmed the killings and said a further 25 are wounded in the attack by the Iran-backed militia, who Mr. Albright said would have used a kamikaze drone. Now, President Biden said the U.S. will hold those responsible to account at a time and in a manner of our choosing. Mr. Albright, who has previously claimed that Iran is just 5 months away from building 12 nuclear weapons, he agreed it was important that the U.S. send a clear message by targeting the militants who were responsible for killings, but urged Biden not to launch any direct strikes on Iran to avert a wider conflict. He said, you certainly do not want to attack Iran now by any means, but we must retaliate. Certainly any retaliation should be directed at the group with a message to Iran, control your proxies. Now, I said one of the reasons to do that is you don't want Iran to feel that they're being backed into a corner where they feel that building nuclear weapons is the best way out. Iran has quite a nuclear weapons capability, but they've put together over the past 20-something years. Central Command said the attack took place in the northeast of Jordan, near the Syrian border. American troops have been using the country as a basing point, with some 3,000 soldiers typically stationed there. Now, Albright shed a little bit of light on the types of capabilities these kamikaze drones created by Iran possessing them, which is thought were responsible for this fatal strike. It was expected that one would kill Americans eventually, as these crude missiles were often used in swarms to overpower their targets. We knew at some point one of these kamikaze drones was going to kill Americans. They carry quite a bit of high explosives, and they are pre-programmed to hit stationary targets. So they can hit pretty precisely a military base. And Iran knows the U.S. will retaliate. They are pretty effective drones. They're not very fast. I'm sure the ones that they copied probably had a jet engine, but the ones that they've reverse engineered ended up having a propeller. It's pretty well documented that the engine kind of sounds like a lawnmower, but it has a very good guidance system and an anti-jamming system as well. So they can often reach their target. They can be shot down. They often are, but as this case shows, they can get through. Typically, when they've been launched in Ukraine, they're launched in barrages in the hopes that maybe 10% or 20% might actually hit their targets. And we'll get back with your calls right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Plenty to cover there. Brain Dead, moving to groceries. What's going on?
I tell you, I'm so glad tomorrow's Friday because me and that bed are going to have a good argument the next couple of days. It would be nice if it would just like get cold and stay cold, but it's like 30 at night and then it's like 70 during the day. That's what really kicks my allergies in high gear. But Ding, I don't know if Ding messaged you about this or not or said anything, but she wants to do a new segment on your show on Friday. And I'm all for it, and I know you'd be all for it too. We're going to call it the Hero of the Week. And, you know, we've been doing the DA of the Week for last 6 years plus?
Yeah.
So, give or take. She wants to do a Hero of the Week. She's going to find a news story of somebody who's done something heroic, went above and beyond a heroic action, and is going to send it to you because her schedule changes today. She now goes to a second shift instead of a third shift, so she'll be able to catch that.
Okay.
So starting up this week, we're tweaking the criteria down, some similar to the DA of the Week nominees, but because how all this got started is we were on that little conference call we all do, the little networking, and Big Sexy was talking about in Jonesboro of a rookie police officer who saw a kid drowning in a icy retention pond, went out and saved him. So, I mean, we need some special salute from our listening audience on that. So,
okay.
I heard Monkey Gouger talking about the whole car insurance. These states now are cracking down on car insurance. You have to have it, or they're taking action. They're tired of it. I know in Arkansas, you must have proof of insurance when you go to get your tags and or renew your tags. I know several of the officers have been randomly pulling people over because when they get behind you, they're running that plate. And Pappy, I don't know if he's listening. He could probably verify this or not, but they run the plates, and they will literally pull you over if you don't have any auto insurance, and they will give you a ticket. So, and enough tickets, there goes your driver's license. So
Right.
they are cracking down. It's just it varies from state to state.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back to Friday, to the end of the show. It's really what I called about. You were talking about the lease purchase programs, and you have this new crackdown that you're talking about having on those, correct?
Yeah, the task force, and should we even save the model of a truck lease program as they exist?
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to sum it up in one word. About damn time. About damn time. These things are set up to benefit the company. I mean, I've only done 2 lease purchases, Steve. The first one was the typical lease purchase. You pay $800 a week for the truck, and it's all just you're paying the company for the truck, and then you're paying the truck note on top of that back to the bank. So you're really not making any money. The other thing, too, is they'll run you hard there to start with, but when you get towards the end of the lease, they're going to starve you out. The one company that I'm talking about, if you know how they do their truck numbering system, you could tell how many times that truck has been leased. But they don't. But up front, they don't tell you what all you're doing. I mean, when I worked for some of these big fleets, and me and Eskimo Mom were talking about this over the weekend, they had big flyers up, posted all up in the break room at their home terminal there. And it says, you want to make more money, go be a lease operator.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not telling you everything that goes along with it. They're not saying you're paying for the fuel, the insurance, this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're not. The one true lease purchase that I ever have seen was spot on was that company out of Omaha, Nebraska that has those blue trucks, if you know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
They actually had a lease purchase because I was kind of skeptical at first. And he says, nope, we have 3 banks we deal with. Mine was Wells Fargo Bank. And it said in the contract, for $375 a week, this day it's paid off, and it's your truck. There's no balloon payment. Most of these balloon payments are $50,000, $60,000 for a $25,000 truck.
Mm-hmm.
So not only did the company make $400 a week off of you paying them for the truck, they're going to make $25,000 more when you to get the title. That's why that company up there in Springfield, Missouri wants those lease operators, because they don't want people to do a traditional lease purchase, pay it off, pay the balloon payment at the end. They just want them to keep releasing the trucks. And if I remember right, Steve, and I'm going back a few years, wasn't that part of a lawsuit that OOIDA had against them and that company out of Salt Lake City, Utah?
Yeah, and if memory serves, I think what was Celadon was another as well, that they were notorious for the lease purchase deal.
So, like I said, Steve, it's about damn time.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I know you're pushing the break time, but I had a friend of mine ask me a question over the weekend, Steve. He asked me, he says, do you know what the difference is between a Ford pickup and a Tesla pickup?
I couldn't tell you. You're talking like the electric, a Ford pickup and a Tesla pickup. What is it?
Well, a Ford has a pickup line. Tesla is a punch line. Bottom me.
There you go. All right. Knew it had to be something like that. Okay, what do we got? About a minute before news break here. We'll check in with Philip from Florida as we get a brand new week started here. And, of course, it's 844-844-3388. Not often you get an opportunity to see camels, zebras, miniature horse standing on the side of the interstate. But that was the case in Indiana Saturday morning. Animals left grazing on the side of the highway after the trailer that was transporting them caught fire. The Grant County Sheriff's Office responded to the incident on I-69, shared some photos and videos of the rescued animals. Grateful to report all animals involved have been rescued safely. No harm to our furry friends. Gratitude to the first responders for their heroic efforts. Looks like there were 3 or 4 camels, a couple of zebras there, the miniature horse. All right, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We kick off a brand new week. And more to come after this, a Monday morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
Give me as president. The emergency authorities shut down the border until it could get back under control. If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
You're listening to President Biden on the campaign trail in South Carolina ahead of the Democrat primary, which is coming up on Saturday, February 3rd. He's urging Congress to pass the Senate's bipartisan immigration bill, but it's tied to Ukraine funding.
Folks, the bottom line is our economy has grown more in the last 6 months than it ever did at any point in Trump's entire 4 years in office.
Now, the president claims Bidenomics is working, but a new Pew Research poll finds 72% of Americans worried about soaring food prices, others worried about the cost of a home.
I was the guy who sent every one of you those $1,400 checks. On top of that, I sent those $300 checks per child, per family, per month for hardworking families. That was thousands of dollars in pockets to get people through a real crisis.
Wife Jill Biden campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. In other news this Sunday, Texas not backing down after a standoff with the federal government over razor wire put up in the town of Eagle Pass to keep illegal aliens out. Republican Governor Greg Abbott refusing to remove the razor wire that is keeping people from coming into our country. Houthi rebels backed by Iran continue to strike ships in the Red Sea. It is a real problem there. There have been at least 159 attacks by the Houthis on U.S. troops in the Middle East since October 17th. The United States and our allies pulling funding from a UN group that reportedly participated in the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. 1,200 Jewish people slaughtered there, more than 200 hostages taken. More than 100 people remain held by Hamas today in Gaza. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Turning now to USA Business News. The Dow ending the session Friday at 38,109, up 60 points at the close of trading on Friday. The Nasdaq off 55 points and the S&P 500 down 3 points. So how is the economy doing, and is Bidenomics actually working? Corey Myers takes a look.
According to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, the economy is strong and should continue to grow in a positive direction. Yellen sat down with ABC News and told Elizabeth Schultz how she sees things.
We have an economy that has been growing at a good, healthy pace. Consumers and households feel confident enough about their own personal financial situation and about the economic outlook to be spending in a way that's creating jobs, is creating growth, and is providing them with the income to go on doing that.
Yellen went on to say there's no obvious reason why the country would enter into a recession. I'm Corey Myers.
The LA Times announcing a large wave of layoffs. The paper says it plans to cut roughly a quarter of its staff, or about 115 people, from the newsroom. These job cuts expected as the owners of California's largest daily paper say it's losing between $30 and $40 million a year. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. All right, we kick off another hour. Here comes a Monday. All right, so hope you had a good weekend. Thank you, Woodpecker. He shared with me, he actually took the photograph for us. I'd been asking drivers out there, if you stop at a Love's or a Pilot Travel Center, just check the Hot Shot secret inventory, see if you can find any of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive hang tags on the bottle. And this was on the 32-ounce bottle of Everyday Diesel Treatment. There it is, hang tag. And that was at the Pilot, I think he said Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Just appreciate Mindy had been asking because they placed tags. Some of these went out in shipments over the summer, and it takes time for inventory to make it to its destination around the country and then actually get on the shelves as the product turns over. So she was just curious if they're still out there on the shelves. Thank you very much. Back in the news, the now infamous A1 towing in Memphis continues to prey on truckers. Even as the city works to come up with a set of rules to regulate towing there. The latest driver, Jaleel Shaw, said he pulled into a truck stop on Lamar Avenue in Memphis last week. This is when we had the dangerous fog, the rain, incredibly dense fog, recall? You can barely see over the hood of your truck. He said, I didn't notice the pay to park sign in the unmanned lot. Obviously wakes up the next morning to find his rig had been booted overnight. When A1 comes back to the lot, they told him, you've got 15 minutes to pay the $400 boot removal fee, or we're towing your truck. And he said they did not make paying them easy. I was trying to pay. It wouldn't accept the payment, and they wouldn't accept cash. Shaw, who owns S Greenlight Trucking, he said they outnumbered me, they bullied me. Memphis police showed up, along with several men from A1. The Memphis police officers informed Shaw he had to pay, and he could not cut the boot or he'd be charged with vandalism. A short time after that, a police sergeant showed up at the lot and disagreed with the other officers, calling it a civil matter. According to WREG, now, as Shaw was speaking with the officers, an A1 employee jumped into the cab of his truck and had it towed away. Shaw was forced to pay almost $2,700 to get the truck back. He said that the A1 employees bullied him into signing a release granting them permission to tow the truck. Now, he said that the armed employees surrounded him after police left, took his keys. So he said, I signed the release out of fear. Yeah, what they're doing is intimidation tactics. This is racketeering. I mean, I understand there's stuff going on in the city, but they are not following city ordinances. Technically, the Memphis booting ordinance lists a maximum booting charge of $50, a maximum towing fee of $505, and it gives drivers 24 hours to pay any fees. However, A1's attorneys claim that their company is following state law, which supersedes local laws over city ordinances. Now, A1's already had their towing license temporarily suspended in Memphis and the state of Arkansas, but they have since resumed operations. Now the city of Memphis is working on a set of clear rules and regulations to help avoid this type of predatory towing. A list of rules and regulations for tow truck drivers will be presented by the Memphis Permits Office to the City Council coming up on February the 6th. We want to let the public, especially the industry, know what the Permits Office can do and what the Transportation Commission can do, and make it very clear on how the wreckers, are allowed to operate. Of course, at least one trucking company has threatened to sue A1 for towing several of their rigs from truck stops in Memphis. The Memphis Permits Office says right now there are no open investigations on A1s. So I guess they had their license suspended for a period of time. Obviously, they've got their permission to be operating once again because law enforcement did nothing to stop them in this incident last week. On down to the Sunshine State. Hello, Philip.
Hey, Bud, I'd be kind of interested to know if those guys, what is the carry process in the state there?
Mm-hmm.
As far as, can those guys open carry? Because if they're open carrying and they're doing that, they're one day they're going to meet up with the wrong person and something's going to happen and it ain't going to be nice. And that's what they're playing their odds right now. But some of these drivers ain't as nice as that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So one day they're going to run into the wrong guy. But anyway, we had a pretty good launch last night. Got that one off the ground. Got some more satellites up there for Starlink. And Steve, I think I told you, wasn't it kind of reminiscent of the back in the days with Steve Young when the 49ers played the Chiefs?
Yep, you did. Sure enough.
I think about a month ago, I thought, I wonder if that would happen, And I mean, I wanted Detroit to get in there. I really did. Those guys have worked really hard this year. I think it's the closest they've been in a long time. And they worked really hard and they did a good job. But, I think we're going to see another like Steve Young type thing happen here with this.
Well,
But,
it was last time. This is
What do you
gonna
think?
this is gonna be a rematch. Wasn't it San Francisco and Kansas City 4 years ago? I think in Kansas City won. Does memory serve?
I think so. I think it's a repeat of Miami when they had it down in Miami. They had the Super Bowl done in Miami as well, when the last time they've met. And am I hearing right though that I hear that Usher's going to be the halftime guy for the entertainment?
Yes, I do believe that is the case.
Okay. Well, hopefully he can pull it off. We'll see how that rolls. I'm probably not going to be watching anyway. I'll be out here working or doing something. Well, actually, that's going to be on a Sunday, so I will be at home on that. So hopefully that works out. But it is what it is. Where I hear, were you talking about the Iranian drones earlier, the kamikaze drones?
That is correct.
I wonder if those are hypersonic. I mean, you said they had propellers, so evidently they're not. If they got propellers on them, they're slow. But if they go hypersonic, and I found this out the other day, Steve, at Mach 5, an object travels 1 mile in a second.
Really?
So you think about that.
Wow.
There's 60 seconds in. There's 60 seconds in a minute. So that means you're going to go 60 miles in 1 minute. Now you do that for an hour. That's a pretty good piece. So, when you hear the term hypersonic, it's Mach 5 or above. So if you do the math at Mach 5, it's a mile a second. So that's booking, dude. So you ain't gonna catch that right away. But these kamikaze drones, this is crazy stuff. I mean, it's getting out of hand. I know we're getting involved with it a little bit more. And did I hear earlier that they are going to take border legislation and then lump Ukraine in with that deal too?
That's what they've been
Did
working
I hear
on.
you right
They've
on
been
the
working
news?
on this for over a month now. But I mean, this deal supposedly was worked out in the Senate. House Speaker Johnson said it is dead on arrival in the House. It's DOA. It ain't. I mean, of course, the finger pointing goes back and forth between Chuck Schumer and then the House Speaker.
We need to do this. Why don't we have a bill that's just for one thing instead of being for about 50 or 60 things.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Just have it where it's legislation for one thing and one thing. Is there any way we can pass legislation to make that happen? Because it seems to me a lot of these little backdoor deals are flung in when it gets voted. Right before it gets voted, it gets thrown in there and it gets passed, and the next thing you know, we're paying out more money. If this country is not sustaining as far as the government goes financially, like they have been saying the last few months, how many times have we been almost closing this thing down? We need to address that and cut that kind of funding out. You know what I mean, Steve? I mean, it needs to happen. We need to cut that funding out. If it doesn't pertain for this country moving forward, and supplying Ukraine with weaponry and money for weaponry is not moving this country forward.
Right.
And that's the way it should be handled. Now, if we're in a situation where we're in a war, and I'm not saying we're going to be in a war with Iran, but as an example, you know, that money's needed. You know what I mean? To protect the country and something like that. And I'm just using it as an example. I'm not saying that we're going to get in a war with them. But if we've got to use it to pay for things that we need, like take, for instance, the Coast Guard. They've basically stored a bunch of ships because we don't have enough people going for those ships to man them. You know, we need to make it where we get people more into the Coast Guard. We've got all kinds of things going on with this country financially that we need to take care of. Now, do we need to pay for Artemis? Well, you know, that might be something that we might have to shelve for a while, you know, just as an example. You know, it's where you got to figure out what you need and what you won't. And that's what we got to figure out in the country. So, but that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and thanks.
All right. Monday, greatest day of the week. Enjoy. Thank you so much. Here's what we know at this point. I mean, there have been kind of, like the rumor mill or leaks about what this so-called border bill would entail. One tidbit I saw that they want to allow up to 5,000 illegals to continue crossing on any given day and shut it down at that point in time, which that's insane. You're trying to make it sound like, well, it's better than the 10,000 a day. We had been hitting 8, 9, 10,000 a day for a period of time last month, wasn't it? So you're just going to try to say, well, 5,000 a day, that's better than 10,000. No. There shouldn't be any thousands per day, none whatsoever. But I'll pull up a little more on that. And one of those that have been working behind the scenes was the Oklahoma senator, I believe, and he's taking criticism from other Republicans for actually trying to support this deal. First, let's get a quick break in here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You notice you even heard in the little clip they're taking where Biden was actually campaigning yesterday and trying to support this deal. Now, Biden could care less. He doesn't give a damn about the southern border. We know that. That's abundantly clear. What he's concerned about is there is funding for Ukraine in this bill. That's what he's pushing so hard for. But he's out there actually trying to say, if this legislation was signed, I'd shut the border down today. Well, I don't think you need this legislation, Joe. The federal government is in charge of securing our border. You could use the executive order pen. Yeah, you could go back and re-implement all those things you rescinded on the first day in office. All those things to secure our border that former President Trump had in place. You could do that. You don't need additional authority. Technically, when you go back in time, and every time Trump would do something trying to actually secure the border, the Democrats would sue. That's been the case. And right now, everything being done by Republicans. Look at how many, what are you doing to Greg Abbott? Every time they try to do something to actually secure the border, you're suing them to overturn it. Does he really think the American people are this ignorant to not see clearly through what he's trying? I'd shut the border down today. It's James Langford of Oklahoma being chastised by his own Republican Party for what the party said is his support of a deal that will be produced in the Senate to address concerns about, they use the term the leaky southern border. You mean the wide-ass open southern border. The deal is not finalized yet, but this would, quote, hand President Biden the authority to shut the border when it is considered to be overwhelmed. That's the sticky point right there. When is the border overwhelmed? Well, that's where technically it's not overwhelmed until you've got 5,000 in one day. You understand? Trump immediately spoke out on Truth Social. A bad border deal is far worse than no border deal. Now, Langford's been the lead Republican negotiator on the Senate agreement. He said he's upbeat about the deal. I feel very positive about it because even the initial feedback's been good. He was on Face the Nation yesterday. Now, back home in Oklahoma, storm clouds are brewing over the deal. Republican State Senator Dusty Devers said the text of the resolution slapped Langford's knuckles for his role in the deal. The resolution opens by saying Langford is partnering with Chuck Schumer in an open border deal to allow 5,000 illegals a day to enter and work in the United States. Goes on to say Langford playing fast and loose with the Democrats on our border policy not only disenfranchises legal immigrants seeking citizenship, but it also puts the safety and security of Americans in great danger. The resolution says that authorizing several thousand people to invade our border on any given day before any action can be taken is contrary to the oath that Langford took to the Constitution and therefore is outside of the area that he's authorized to even negotiate in. This resolution in Oklahoma says the state's Republican Party strongly condemns Senator James Langford if and to the extent that he continues these actions and calls upon him to cease and desist, jeopardizing the security and liberty of the people of Oklahoma and the United States. Further, it says, until Senator Langford ceases from these actions, the Oklahoma Republican Party will cease all support for him. All right. So there you go. That's today an extreme faction of the Republicans of Oklahoma held a meeting without providing an official call to all members of the state committee, including me, to attack Senator Langford. Any vote taken by the Oklahoma GOP today was not legitimate, definitely does not represent the voice of all Oklahoma Republicans. Now, that was the former Republican state chairman, Anthony Farad, who said that meeting was not legally convened yesterday. So, yeah, tensions are high. As I said earlier, though, nonetheless, I mean, this is on the Senate side. So really, what kind of a deal is it when you say the border's not overwhelmed until we hit the 5,000 mark? 5,000 every single day. Do the math. Add it up. That's insanity. Trying to make that sound like they're actually doing something to secure the border. All right, news update just ahead here. We'll get with Plowboy. We'll be checking in here on a Monday. Eagle wanted to chime in a little bit about football action. Yeah, the Super Bowl is set. 49ers versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, someone else had kind of been tipping his hat to us in recent weeks. One of our regular friends, a.k.a. Pappy. How many times has he kind of alluded to somewhere down the line they're going to pull Michelle Obama into the mix? It's not going to be Biden. In an interview over the weekend, Dick Morris, advisor to former President Trump, expressing concerns about a potential surprise Democrat nominee switch involving none other than former First Lady Michelle Obama. Morris says Republicans need to prepare for a Michelle Obama run. He said, I'm worried about Michelle. I think as it becomes increasingly inevitable that Trump's going to be the Republican nominee, Democrats are not going to accept that. They're going to pull a switch, and they're going to put Michelle in play. How that could be done, well, yeah, we'll tell you a bit more of what he had to say coming up here. Happy Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update.
Give me as president the emergency authority to shut down the border until it could get back under control. If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
You're listening to President Biden on the campaign trail in South Carolina ahead of the Democrat primary, which is coming up on Saturday, February 3rd. He's urging Congress to pass the Senate's bipartisan immigration bill, but it's tied to Ukraine funding.
Folks, the bottom line is our economy has grown more in the last 6 months than it ever did at any point in Trump's entire 4 years in office.
Now, the president claims Bidenomics is working, but a new Pew Research poll finds 72% of Americans worried about soaring food prices, others worried about the cost of a home.
I was the guy who sent every one of you those $1,400 checks.
Wife Jill Biden campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Dick Morris speaking on Saturday Report was the program. He emphasized the need for Republicans to be prepared for such a scenario so that when she comes in, she's not the great hope, but instead the great disappointment. Now, regarding Trump's portrayal of Nikki Haley as a globalist, Morris supported the strategy, stating that message is sticking. It's the right path. He suggested Haley should exit the race, especially considering her polling, even in her home state. I kind of highlighted the similarity of delusion between Haley's claims of victory in the Iowa and New Hampshire primaries and the economic prosperity narrative that's being pushed by Biden right now. Quite simply, she got clobbered. Despite what he deemed Haley's unfavorable position in South Carolina. He noted her reluctance to withdraw from the race. Addressing her potential knockout in South Carolina, she doesn't have a prayer. She's behind 27 points. I mean, Trump polling at 58, Haley polling at 31. For her to lose South Carolina by that kind of margin is undoubtedly a knockout blow. When asked about Haley's reaction to a poor performance in South Carolina, Morris said she has to concede. Her whole campaign is based on fierce anti-Trump people who funded her after she got killed in New Hampshire. Now, he expressed doubt that Haley's going to recover from a significant loss in South Carolina. Given the nature of her donor base, there was, oddly enough, there was one big money donor that says that's it. Not going to give Haley any more. Oddly enough, this is a liberal mega donor. A guy by the name of Reid Hoffman. He ponied up $250,000 for Nikki Haley. Said he's not giving her any more campaign cash. Hoffman is the co-founder of LinkedIn and a billionaire who donates generally to Democrats. Said he made that decision after the New Hampshire primary. Yes, CNBC also quoted what is described as a Republican fundraiser who said that 3 donors who helped raise up to $100,000 each for Nikki's campaign are also putting no more money into the campaign. I mean, you're throwing it away, essentially. The CNBC report further said that other fundraisers contacted said they will still verbally support her, but they're doubtful that her fundraising prospects are good, given that the 2 wins by Trump, marking the start of the GOP primaries. Pro-Trump commentator Benny Johnson said that this news means it's pretty much over for Nikki. Now, the fact that Hoffman actually came out as a donor to Nikki Haley triggered late last year after Jamie Dimon, the chief executive of J.P. Morgan Chase, called on liberal donors to support Haley as an alternative to Trump. That's when Hoffman forked over $250,000 to the super PAC supporting Haley. Doesn't something just seem wrong with the picture when the lefty lefts, the liberals, the liberal mega donors are actually trying to support a candidate on the Republican ticket? I'm just saying. Morning, Plowboy. How we doing?
Well, good morning, Steve. Good morning. Well, you just brought up a hell of a good topic. If it comes down between Biden, Dingbat Hillary, or no,
Michelle.
Where did I call her that one? Dingbat, whatever her name is, Nikki Haley. Yeah, Haley. And I'll tell you who I'll vote for. I'll vote independent. I'll vote for Kennedy. I'll vote for Junior in a heartband beat for one simple reason. What did Nikki Haley do when she was a governor of South Carolina? That was a thorn in everybody's side in the South. What's next? Is somebody going to say our American flag offends them, and she'd be the first bitch to pull it down? Remember when she took down our great rebel flag of the South?
Right.
That still rings down our land, the Dixie lands. Yes, sir. I don't give a damn. She ain't going to get my vote over that one thing. Just because it offends one, she's going to pull it down. To hell with a bitch. And I mean, and with what she said about President Trump and him being, hell, how many places can President Trump be in one damn day now? Hell, it wouldn't be nothing for him to be in court one day and 30 minutes later fly someplace else, take care of business. He ain't like that yahoo we got in the White House now. That don't even know where the hell he is at. But did you happen to hear? Do you listen to your news feeds when you're on break?
Yes, some of it. I typically try to get out and get a smoke break, but which story?
Yeah, I figured that. Did you hear what that dang dumb bitch by the name of Janet Yellen had to say about the economy?
Alluding to the fact that she's not thinking there's any chance of recession. Is that pretty much it?
Yeah. Liar. She's a liar. she's a liar, and here's the reason why. L.A. Times came right in behind it in the news saying that they were losing $30 to $40 million a year. They're laying off people left and right. Let's look at everybody else laying off people left and right. Can't that yahoo by the name of Janet Yellen see what's going on?
Yeah.
Or is she afraid to tell the truth? I heard that and I thought, they are doing everything they can do. And, well, let's look at typical family here in the last 3 years, going on 4. Look at the price of gas prices. How much is it off of the $1.71 when President Trump was in the White House?
Right.
Tell me that inflation. And I mean, I don't know where in the world they get their news from, but boy, they need to change a better channel. Maybe they need to turn into your show more to get the real feel of the general public. But, nah. But one thing about it, the only thing I will say, this warmer weather is a lot nicer. At least I ain't freezing to death out here moving trailers on the yard up here. We're 29 degrees here in Kansas City, but we're going to be 50 degrees most of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all's going to be the same. Y'all about ready for baseball weather and NASCAR weather to start?
It won't be long, right?
Exactly. No, I can't wait for the NASCAR to fly. But speaking of that, I'm glad to hear Monkey Gouger's back. Hey, make damn sure, Gouger, you watch one thing. You're breathing, because I put it this way, when I had it, it still affects me right now. And even though I was a smoker, they said it wasn't. It's because of long-lived COVID. And I still have quite a few complications here and there. Even in the cold air, it really messes with me more than it has in the past. But, reenactment, who are we going to see win the NFL? It's going to be the Chiefs, like we did at the beginning of COVID. When we beat the hell out of them out there, can we do it in Vegas? Or you think it would be a home? Do you think Vegas are going to be packed out by their fans? Being it's 600 miles away.
Right. Well, it makes for all the big headlines. I mean, how much Taylor Swift are we going to get to see and hear over the next 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl? And they said something. They've already said something. She had some concert that was slated to be overseas, but no, she's going to be there for the Super Bowl. So.
Oh, I missed that. She's Possum Jones in the crowd already. Wow, just to go see this. I know when she hit Kansas City up here, boy, she was not very welcomed by quite a few of them. I had a few of the friends in town on business, and their motel rates were double and triple overnight just because of the Taylor Swift concert. And when you're on business and you have to be in town, yeah, you can't say, "Oh, I'm just going to sleep in my car." It don't work that way. But other than that, I better get off here. Well, y'all have a good week.
Appreciate you checking in. All right, Monday. Have a great day there, Plowboy. Caught on dash cam, as so many things these days are. I mean, you talk about totally distracted. This video is hard to imagine. Truck driver coming upon a scene where a previous accident had occurred. You've got the law enforcement out there. It's the middle of the day. Yeah, not the middle of the night, the middle of the day. Officers, 2 of them out there in the street. actually trying to direct people to the exit ramp just before that accident scene. But here comes a truck that, it appears to me, he's got that cruise control set, and he's doing hauling ass 70-plus miles per hour. Does not even begin to slow down. Yeah, you catch on the dash cam the two officers actually trying to run out of the way, and this truck just slams into the police vehicle that was sitting there in that lane with the lights on, and the other vehicle that had previously crashed in front of it. But in that trooper's cruiser was the canine officer, which was severely injured in the crash. Ellis County, Kansas. It was winter weather. The video's difficult to watch. Yeah, the trooper, the patrol vehicle struck with the canine Igor inside. Now, Trooper Budke and Trooper Schulte had I-70 shut down due to an overturned semi ahead. Both troopers tried to get the attention of the driver, failing to exit the highway, striking Trooper Budke's vehicle, just missing both troopers as they ran out of the way. In a statement, they said, "We share this video as a graphic reminder of the dangers and consequences of distracted driving. It is important to focus on the roadway when driving. Put your distractions away." Thankfully, both of the troopers avoided being struck. Then, after being rushed for emergency veterinary care, the surgery canine Igor is now home recovering, they say. It could have been worse, but totally oblivious. I don't think he ever even hit the brakes. Back into it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, I'm going to talk a little, NFL football. So, Eagle, I know you said you went to, the sports bar to catch some of the games this past day. What'd you think?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Steve. I don't know if they had this restaurant in Cincinnati, but if I don't know, your wife might not let you go, but if you ever get a chance to go to this sports bar called Twin Peaks, you ever heard of a sports bar called Twin Peaks? I don't know if they have it in Cincinnati or not, but They got girls that work in there that wear like cut off Daisy Duke shorts, like the girl on the Duke. They dress like the girl on the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
So it was hard to pay attention. It was hard to pay attention to the game, but it's a good view. That's for damn sure. Every time they had commercials, you definitely get a good view in that. But I don't know if they had it in Cincinnati, but if they do, you definitely need to go watch a ball game if you get a chance. But yeah, Steve. Before I get to the NFL, I wanted to talk about NASCAR because NASCAR season starts next, I think Saturday or Sunday night, the first race out in California. The haulers, they probably headed out to California right now to race off. So the NASCAR season already ready to kick off. And then the next week is Daytona. I told you I'm going to be at Daytona, I think 2 weeks from February the 16th or something like that, I think it is. But I'm already got my plans to be, so I'll definitely be at Daytona again this year, as long as the weather's good. But like I say, the season kicks off in less than 7 days. They'll be racing again, so it's time. It's racing season again already. But yeah, as far as the NFL goes, Steve, how much money you think gonna exchange hands for this Super Bowl that's being played in Las Vegas? You know damn well there's gonna be a lot of money. There's going to be a lot of money exchanging hands on this ball game, probably the records amounts of money, especially being in Las Vegas.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens with that situation. I just hope it's a good ball game. Both of the games were pretty good. First game, Baltimore, they kind of disappointed everybody. I was, Lamar Jackson. He's supposed to be the MVP, but he didn't have a very good game today, and they had a couple of crucial mistakes that cost them the game. They lost in their own stadium, so that's not good when you lose a playoff game in your own stadium. So their season is over. I was hoping they would be able to pull that game because Kansas City. I'm gonna say something about Andy Reid right quick. A lot of people say that Bill Belichick is the greatest coach in the history of the NFL. I think that might be wrong. Now, I think Andy Reid is probably the best coach that's ever coached in football because he's took two organizations. Belichick didn't do that. He took Philadelphia to the Super Bowl, and now he's took Kansas City to the Super Bowl 4 out of the last 5 years. Kansas City has represented the Super Bowl, and Andy Reid, he has a lot of victories, and he's won, and he's won, and year in and year out he continues to win. Belichick hasn't won. I went over his record with you a couple of weeks ago. With Tom Brady, he has a winning record. Without Tom Brady, he has a losing record, and that's the reason why he doesn't have a job right now. All those coaching vacancies that was open this past year, nobody gave Bill Belichick a job, Steve. He's still out of work, and it looks like he's going to be out of work for the year 24. Maybe he might get 25. Somebody might give him a job, but as of right now, Bill Belichick is in the unemployment line. That's a coach that has 6 Super Bowls. I think Belichick got 6 Super Bowl rings, and he can't even get a job. That tells you all you need to know about him. Now, let's talk about the other game. Detroit Lions. Their coach, I don't know if you've seen that game. You might have been asleep, but Detroit, their coach basically cost them that game. Detroit had a great season. Like I said, they finally, came out of the dust. For years they was the laughing stock of the NFL. And they finally put together a good season. Unfortunately, the coach cost him a game. He had 2 chances to get down in the close other opponents of San Francisco's field position. They had 2 chances to kick a field goal, and he refused to kick. He went for it on 4th down, and both times he didn't make it. And they gave up 6 points, and they lost the ball game by about that same amount. If he would have kicked the field goals, he might be going to the Super Bowl right now. So so he's gonna get a lot of criticism the next couple of days because he damn sure should have kicked the field goals, especially he had a chance. He turned down a field goal that could have potentially tied up the ball game. It was 34-31, and he decided not to kick the ball, and they didn't make the first down. They lost the ball and ended up losing the ball game. So he got a lot of questions to answer tomorrow. He basically gave their season away. So it looked like San Francisco gonna be there. And it's going to be a good Super Bowl. What'd you say?
I see. It should be a good game, right?
Hello?
Yeah, we still got.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. But yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah, I was looking here. So yeah, I think all the coaching jobs are filled up, right? And I don't know if they filled Washington and Seattle. Have they hired a coach? Belichick has. I don't think he's interviewed.
Those are the only two jobs that's open up right now, Washington and Seattle. But they already got some people that they're looking at. And Belichick's name is not on that list. So I don't know. From what I've been told, he's been doing interviews, but they saying that he's going into the interview with a real cocky attitude. I'm a Super Bowl. I got 6 rings, and I'm Bill Belichick. I've done. I won a lot of ball games, and you got to give me this job, because of who I am. And you can't go into a job interview with that type of attitude. And they said that a lot of the owners are turned off by Belichick's cocky, arrogant attitude. So that's why he hasn't got a job, because he definitely deserves a job. But when you trying to apply for a job, you can't go in there with that type of attitude. So it looked like he he got plenty of money, so he might just have to go ahead and take the year off and maybe try to come back next year. Maybe because they still saying that Dallas Cowboy job could open up next year. If the Cowboys don't get to the Super Bowl, the coach they might fire him, and maybe Belichick can take that job. But it don't look too good for him right now. I wouldn't want to coach at neither one of these teams anyway. The Washington job or the Seattle job, ain't neither one of them really that good. So he'd be better off just sitting out the year and enjoying his money and, go to an island and relax for a year and get his body recharged and then come back next year. That's probably the best bet for Belichick. But it definitely don't look like he's going to be coaching in 24. So we'll see what happens. But like I say, I'm excited about the NASCAR season. Like I say, I'm definitely ready to see these cars in Daytona. And I'm looking, hopefully they'll have a bright sunny day, 70, 80 degrees.
I think believe Horse Feathers, I think he said February 18, Daytona 500.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. Former President Trump on the campaign trail in Las Vegas. He praises House Speaker Mike Johnson for announcing the bipartisan Senate immigration bill is dead on arrival in the Republican-controlled House.
Mike Johnson, Speaker, he just said it's dead on arrival in the House. It's dead on arrival. We want either a strong bill or no bill, and whatever happens, happens.
And that is partly because the bill is tied to Ukraine funding.
And what I worry about for all of us
is these court cases are going to go on for another year.
And Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, back in her home state of South Carolina, campaigning ahead of the February 24th Republican presidential primary. Haley says Trump has too many distractions with the court cases he's facing.
And you know who sees that? Russia, China, Iran. That's who sees that. That's why I'm worried. That's the problem I have.
In other news, a warning to Americans traveling to the Bahamas, as there have been 18 murders there so far this year. The U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas releasing a security warning and travel advisory in light of an uptick in gang violence. Now, earlier in the week, the State Department putting Jamaica on a travel advisory list due to an increase in violence there. And supermarkets packed with snacks, booze, and munchies ahead of a big weekend in sports. The stage now set for the top 4 teams in the NFL to face off. Corey Myers now with a preview.
First, the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Ravens in the AFC Championship. That one's in Baltimore. Kickoff set for 3 p.m. Eastern from M&T Bank Stadium. In the NFC Championship, the Detroit Lions traveling to the West Coast to take on the San Francisco 49ers. Kickoff there 6:30 Eastern from Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Our other top stories this Sunday: Texas not backing down after a standoff with the federal government over razor wire put up in the town of Eagle Pass in a park to keep illegal aliens out. Republican Governor Greg Abbott refusing to remove the razor wire that is keeping people from coming into our country. Houthi rebels backed by Iran continue to strike ships in the Red Sea. There have been at least 159 attacks by the Houthis on U.S. troops in the Middle East since October 17th. The United States and our allies pulling funding from a UN group that reportedly participated in the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. 1,200 Jewish people shot and killed, more than 200 hostages taken, more than 100 hostages remain held by Hamas in Gaza today. Changing gears now, a look at USA Business News. So how's the housing market doing? Here's USA's John Schaefer.
Housing market analysts anticipate a promising year ahead, with a notable surge of 8.3% in pending home sales reported for December by the National Association of Realtors. The group's chief economist foresees that decreasing mortgage rates and steady prices will contribute to increased affordability for a number of Americans in 2024. Positive monthly gains in signed contracts were observed in the Midwest, South, and West, while only the Northeast region experienced a decline.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast? Kind of the clock is ticking. Daytona 500. I'm talking to Eagle about racing action. Had to kind of chuckle because I think it was last week before, when Horse Feathers mentioned February the 18th, and I didn't. He said, "You know what happens then?" I didn't. Daytona 500. I think it was Friday. The eldest grandson said, "It's almost February 18th. You know what happens then?" I said, "Yeah, the Daytona 500. It's like, "No, my birthday." Yeah. So I think he'll be 12 this year. Man, oh man. So they had the 24-hour at Daytona over the weekend. Did you tune into any of that, or you don't really much care about that racing?
No, I didn't get a chance to see none of that action. I was driving all day yesterday on Saturday, but I drove a little bit today, and then I went to the sports bar. So no, I don't know what the results of that. But yeah, I might check into it tomorrow if I get a chance when I wake up. But yeah, Steve, before I hang up with you, I want to say something else right quick about well, maybe you can after I hang up with you. But I want to say something else about what's going on with Joe Biden and these military people. But before I get to that, I want to talk about the situation with the truck driving, this trucker convoy that's supposed to be headed towards Texas. I'm gonna be on the CB radio tomorrow, talking to people as I'm driving. I'm trying to find out what's going on because I'll be headed back to Texas probably next week. Well, probably at the end of the week, Thursday or Friday. I think I got a load headed that way. So, but I'm trying to find out what's going on and where they're going to exactly be at. And because I understand they're supposed to be in Texas sometime this week, but I'm not sure exactly what day. They talking about 500,000 trucks. I don't see how they're going to get 500,000 trucks, into this deal, but that's what they claim. But I'm going to be talking to people tomorrow on the CB to see if I can find out some more information. I'll let you know tomorrow when I call. But yeah, Steve, let me say this quick thing about, during your break, just like that other guy said a few minutes ago, they're playing on your news report that Joe Biden, this is like a slap in the face, Steve, that Joe Biden has to include money for Ukraine in any deal that's negotiated on shutting down the border. That's like a slap in the face. He's more concerned with protecting Ukraine's border than the U.S. border. What kind of nonsense does that make, that there has to be money included for Ukraine in any deal that's made? Can you understand that?
It started off with the Democrats wanted Ukraine money, but then the Republicans said, well, we're going to do something about our border. If you want anything for Ukraine, we're going to have to include our border in it. And that's what the ongoing negotiations for over a month now. But the Democrats, all they want is more money, but they don't want to really put anything in there that's going to shut the border down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand that. But let me say this right quick, Steve, what I had said about Biden in the first call. Here's what Joe Biden doesn't seem to understand when you're dealing with these people in Iran, Steve, these people over there. They hate the United States. They have no love for this because they hate everything the U.S. stands for. And they would love to see the U.S. go down the drain and just no longer exist. But see, here's what Biden doesn't understand, Steve. I'm going to ask you a question. Joe Biden is talking. He's issuing threats. These threats obviously don't scare people. You went over a list of all the Americans that have been killed over the last couple of months by these individuals. These warnings that Biden are giving, obviously they're not working because we just had 34 people get hurt and 3 injured today. So I'm gonna ask Joe Biden this question, Steve. Those people that sent that drone over there to the military base today, did they issue a threat before they launched that? Before they sent that drone off to that military base? I don't think so.
No.
They just sent that. They sent that drone, and they didn't tell no damn about it. And that's the way Joe Biden has to look at it. These people don't give a damn about the U.S., and he needs to look at it. We don't give a damn about them, and we need to treat them accordingly. The same way they treat us, we need to treat them. And stop being Mr. Nice Guy. Because when, like I told you before, Steve, when American people start losing their lives, I'm talking about American people that have dedicated their lives, soldiers. You got 21, 22-year-old kids that are now dead. That's somebody's son or daughter that's dead tonight. Somebody right now is crying in their bed because their son or daughter is not coming home. That crosses the line. You can't play games with people like that when they start killing our sons and daughters. Joe Biden needs to take action, and he needs to take action immediately. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Have a great Monday, Eagle. There you go. As we close out another weekend, I did catch the travel advisory that was issued Friday in regards to the Bahamas. State Department increasing the advisory level for would-be travelers, urging increased caution. 18 murders this year. Now, it's still January. The elevation to level 2 follows a security alert posted last Wednesday by the U.S. Embassy in Nassau, expressing concern that Americans might be victimized by gang violence in the capital. Murders have occurred at all hours of the day, including in broad daylight on the streets, according to the embassy alert. Retaliatory gang violence has been the primary motive this year in the murders, but U.S. travelers being advised, especially to be cautious in Nassau. Use caution when out at night anywhere in the Bahamas. Keep a low profile. Be aware of the surroundings. Do not resist if confronted by robbers, and have and review a security plan. The State Department added that short-term vacation rentals have the added concern of lacking the kind of private security that you'd have at the big hotels. It said Nassau's gang crime is not fenced out of the areas that are frequented by the tourists. Burglaries, armed robberies, sexual assaults occur in both tourist and non-tourist areas. State Department also warned that many recreational watercraft rentals, tours, and trips are not consistently regulated, and that comes with an additional layer of risk. Watercraft may be poorly maintained. Some operators may not even have safety certifications. They also warned Americans not to swim alone in the Bahamas, where there have been recent shark attacks. Use caution. I know when these destinations that rely so heavily on the tourist dollars, it's all the cruise destinations. And sometimes if things get to this nature, cruise operators oftentimes resort to stopping at those ports for fear of their passengers' safety. So over the years, it's always been my understanding that law enforcement, the police, and these islands and whatnot, they are adamant about not committing crimes against these people that are pretty much supporting their lives. People bringing their dollars to spend on these islands. If you take those tourists away, everyone in the whole island becomes a whole lot more desperate for cash. You can't make a living. But I guess there's the bad elements out there. So, well, horse feathers on a Monday. First of all, I guess, how was your weekend?
Yeah, happy greatest day of the week there, Your Honor. I guess that's what we got going there, right, for everybody now?
That is correct.
Yeah. Thanks, Captain Ron. Anyways, so February 18th, the day of the Daytona. Less than 3 weeks away, Your Honor. Less than 3 weeks away. So what's the Super Bowl? Is that 2 weeks now? That's
2 weeks, yes.
I believe 2 weeks. Yeah. Just less than 2 weeks, and the Daytona less than 3 weeks. Crazy. How did the Super Bowl get out of January and into February? So it's so close in time. And what about this Pro Bowl? Are we gonna be doing anything to watch this Pro Bowl and the flag football? They've actually got the Pro Bowl? Did they actually make that Pro Bowl so weak that it's down to flag football? It's not even tackle anymore? Is this what I heard? I don't know.
It seems I heard something along that line. I'm not actually sure. I mean, does anybody actually even watch the Pro Bowl?
I don't think so. I think I don't know. It's just, well, the big thing is about the Pro Bowl is that the teams that go to the Super Bowl don't send their players there anyways, but it pretty much is all just a party anyways, and they're just out there tossing the ball around and just having a good time, and it doesn't really end up being a real game anyway. So I don't know. The Pro Bowl, it doesn't even affect anything like the All-Star game for the baseball. Doesn't the All-Star game determine, or isn't there? I don't know. Is there still different once the National League, the American League rules for the DH now, or did the DH go into the National League so that the pitchers don't pitch anymore? I kind of lost track of all that too.
Yeah. I mean, and then the All-Star game, at one point it had the significance of which team would have like the home field advantage for the World Series, but I think they stripped that out too.
Yeah, I don't know. As I say, kind of, sports it's gotten to be so far overpriced that it just doesn't have the interest it did. And I don't know. I see all these people in Baltimore on the news there after the Ravens lost, and we did this and we did that, and I'm looking at them on TV. So I didn't see you on the field. I didn't see you out there, getting run over by the Kansas City Chiefs, and I don't know. Maybe they were up there in the boxes there trying to distract Taylor Swift or something. I don't know. Maybe that's what they were doing when they're talking we. I don't know. So anyways, but your last news report, that was right up to date because they said that the Ravens still had to play the Chiefs and the 49ers still had to play the Lions, and all those upcoming games were waiting to happen. So no, but so I think it was Eagle that mentioned it, or maybe it was Philip before I kind of got confused there, not paying enough attention, writing down on my scorecard what I was supposed to, but mentioned Janet Yellen there and saying how there don't look like there's any chance of a recession. Well, have we ever now watching the stock market out here now, and the stock market's up over 38 now. So what bubble is going to blow that's going to cause the complete collapse of what we got going on now? Because there's got to be some bubble like back in 2006, 2007, 2008, where we had the housing bubble. I mean, there's people buying houses now that they're getting loans for them that are I think it's what President Trump was being sued for, Your Honor. Isn't that what that lady down there in New York City saying that the properties are overvalued and he was getting loans for overvalued? Isn't that exactly what's going on right now in the whole general public out here across the whole United States?
That would be correct.
And the auto industry and all that. So anyways, I think she ought to go out there after everybody here pretty quick that's selling a house. But I just at some point one of these bubbles is going to break, because there is a lot of people out here, and you get out and you talk to the general public, and these people are still living paycheck to paycheck. They don't have expendable cash, and what they're using for expendable cash is plastic, and they're charging everything, and they're racking up credit card bills yet, and there's no way to get around it, because Saturday night we went to the hockey game for a grandson, and I don't know why I did it, and I don't know. I was hungry, and I talked the wife into it there, and we stopped at the Golden Arches.
Okay.
We talk about Twin Peaks there, right?
Yeah.
We talk about Twin Peaks, right? But that's a totally different restaurant. But so we stopped at the Golden Arches, and I convinced her because I hate the drive-through, but she hates going in. And, I convinced her to go in. So we were the only ones inside at 8:30. And at 8:30, they're picking up the dining room. There's no going to sit in the dining room because they're picking it up. 8:30 on a Saturday night. All right, not a problem. I wasn't going to stay anyways. I was tired. been up for more than 24 hours. It was time to go. So I order 2 bacon McDoubles, double cheeseburgers with bacon, 2 of them. They're like $4.50 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Small fry and a large sweet tea. And, of course, their drinks right now are $1.49 for any size. So, really, you're getting. I feel like you're getting ripped off because the sweet tea used to be 99 cents. A large sweet tea used to be 99 cents. Now you got to pay $1.49 for it. But if you want a small soda because you don't want a big soda, you still got to pay $1.49 for the small one, even though the guy next to you pays $1.49 for the gigantic one. How is that? What? Anyways, the whole bill ends up just shy of $14 for me. One meal. 2 bacon McDoubles, a small fry, and a drink. $1.49 drink.
Mm-hmm.
Just shy of $14. What the heck happened to McDonald's?
What happened to the dollar menu?
Yeah, no, there's no dollar menu left in McDonald's. Everything's at least $3-4.
I think the only thing I do believe you might still be able to get like a hash brown at breakfast time for $1.
Nope.
No?
$1.49.
Are they? Okay.
$1.49. $1.49. Yep. We were out there. We were at another hockey game earlier in there. My grandson wanted to stop there on his way home, and he wanted lunch and couldn't get lunch at 10:30 in the morning because lunch didn't start until 11. He wanted a burger at 10:30. I think I know other people that want burgers in the morning and can't get them. But nope. Hash brown was $1.49. What else there? There was something else there. I was just going to get on that line, but nope. The only thing that used to be able to get 2 apple pies for $1, Your Honor.
I remember.
On the dollar menu,
I do remember.
Yes. 2 apple pies for $1. Yep. Nope. No more. So I don't even know what they were. Didn't even ask about the pies. So, anyways, but so I don't know. We had a pretty good weekend go on, I guess. I don't know. Finally got rid of some rain. Had that almost 80-degree day there that one day there, and that was kind of nice. But now we got 2 feet of mud. So I'm thinking I like the 20 degrees and a little bit of snow on the ground than 75 degrees and 2 feet of mud. I'm thinking I'm not liking the mud. But so Nikki Haley, she's losing these people from financially backing her. Do they need places to get rid of their money, Your Honor? I mean, is there a way I can get a hold of those people? I'm just thinking, if they really need money, places to donate money to, and they're thinking back in Nikki Haley's, shooting a racehorse with a broken leg. I got this suggestion for them. I think you know where I'm going with this, but I certainly could use somebody like that to adopt me. You
gotta be part of the back scratching club. Remember, I mean, if they're going to give you money, they're expecting something in return. They're not giving it just for the generosity or for the love. They expect to get something in return at the end of the day.
All right, so kids' smiling faces aren't good enough return for their money.
No.
Yeah, probably not. So, all right. Well, anyways, with all that nonsense there, I guess we'll let you go with that. And I don't know. So what are we looking forward to? So, what are we going to hear about Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl? We gonna hear anything good? I mean, what's going to go on with that?
I'm pretty confident every opportunity they get. I mean, Super Bowl time, she won't be the only celeb in the mix. So, yeah, but I guarantee
there's going to be a problem with that.
We should have to contact the bookies about which celebrity will get more screen time during the game. More airtime.
That's right.
In all likelihood, I believe Taylor will take the win. Yeah, a lot of celebrities. It's money, money, money. All right, 844-3388. Speaking of money, money, the UK-based bookmaker known as Odds Checker a site that sets the odds for sports and prominent races in both U.S. and U.K. politics, has pinned U.S. Representative Elise Stefanik of New York as the favorite to become the Republican nominee for vice president. As of late January, the bookmakers are giving Stefanik odds of plus 490 to become the nominee. Now, the odds are heavily factoring the assumption that Trump will be the nominee come November, which I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion. Of course, the two states were seen as potential challenges for Trump, Iowa and New Hampshire, considering the fact that Ron DeSantis spent a lot of time and a lot of money in Iowa. Haley did the same. Still, Trump managed to maintain a polling lead for months and winning both states with ease. Odds Checker has pegged Trump's chances of winning the nomination at minus 1250, minus 1250. That means he is a hefty favorite. Stefanik has joined Trump on the campaign trail for a number of rallies in recent weeks. She has emerged as a fierce critic of the numerous civil and criminal cases brought against Trump in her home state of New York. Now, while the bookmakers are giving Stefanik the edge as of late January, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem trails just behind the New York Congresswoman at plus 620. Like Stefanik, Noem has also endorsed Trump and campaigned with him on numerous occasions. Businessman and Trump challenger turned devoted supporter Vivek Ramaswamy also trails close behind at plus 680, solidifying the three as the odds-on favorites as of this report. Now, Senator Tim Scott was given the next best chance, but he's at plus 1,200. He most recently introduced Trump after he emerged victorious in New Hampshire, where he called on Nikki Haley to drop out of the race. Our former HUD Secretary Ben Carson next on that list at plus 1,400. While Carson has remained relatively quiet on the political front, Trump has stated that he would make an excellent running mate. In the past, he said that. Nikki's got the long shot odds of plus 2,100. Trump has already ruled the former South Carolina governor out. Kari Lake was also given odds of plus 2,900, despite the fact that she is seeking the Republican nomination for Arizona's tightly contested Senate seat there. There are a few other names, but much longer odds. Tudor Dixon, plus 3,300. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, plus 3,500. Tulsi Gabbard at plus 3,700. And we'll get a news break here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. This Sunday, Texas not backing down after a standoff with the federal government over razor wire put up in the town of Eagle Pass to keep illegal aliens out. Republican Governor Greg Abbott refusing to remove the razor wire that is keeping people from coming into our country.
Bipartisan bill would be good for America and help fix our broken immigration system and allow speedy access for those who deserve to be here. And Congress needs to get it done.
President Biden campaigns in South Carolina ahead of the Democrat primary in that state, which is coming up on Saturday, February 3rd. He claims Bidenomics is working, but a Pew Research poll finds 72% of Americans worried about soaring food prices, others worried about the cost of a home. Wife Jill campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do we got here? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Scotty, I had you coming up next. Give us a ring back if you get a chance. Because I wanted to get the time for those that are planning to attend the cruise coming up in October. The girls are planning to do a Facebook Live this afternoon. Again, I think it's 5 o'clock Eastern, I do believe. Stephanie Saul, the travel agent, will be joining my wife, the princess, and Lauren, my daughter-in-law. And we've already shared a list of questions that we'd like her to answer, but she would be willing to take questions from those. If you have questions, that'd be the time to do it. We're doing this Facebook Live this afternoon. That'll be on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page, by the way. We do have a cruise page explicit for that. Meanwhile, again, 844-844-3388. A couple of weeks ago, one of the writers for Space.com at the moment said, well, everything appears to be fine for our Red Planet robots. NASA can once again talk to Ingenuity. We were holding our breath for a moment on January 18 when scientists announced they lost contact with the Perseverance Mars rover's helicopter friend known as Ingenuity. Now, Ingenuity had been nearing completion of its 72nd flight, a liftoff far past the threshold of borrowed time in this case, as it was originally built for maybe a maximum of 5 flights. This thing really did outperform. The fate of Ingenuity was pretty uncertain for a period, but then it was reported that Ingenuity has officially regained communication with ground control. Several days later, that was Thursday of this past week. Last Thursday, NASA said that the miniature robot helicopter Ingenuity, which in 2021 became the first aircraft to achieve powered flight on another planet, can no longer fly, so essentially ending a mission on Mars that lasted a whole lot longer than originally planned. It is bittersweet that we announce Ingenuity, the little helicopter that could, and kept saying, I think I can. Well, it has now taken its last flight on Mars. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said Ingenuity made an emergency landing during its second-to-last flight. During its last flight on January 18th, when they lost contact, it was flying about 3 feet above the ground. When descending to land, engineers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory were able to restore contact the next day, but imagery taken days later showed one of the carbon fiber rotor blades had been damaged. An image released by NASA said that it was taken by the onboard camera, captured the aircraft's shadow on the Martian surface, appearing to show one of the rotor blades were broken. All right, we're investigating the possibility that the blade struck the ground, maybe. But Perseverance, which carried Ingenuity on its belly, landed on the Martian surface in February of 2021. It was supposed to be like a 30-day mission, 5 short flights that ultimately turned into a nearly 3-year scientific endeavor involving 72 different flights. And from time to time, the flights were getting longer and longer, higher, further in distance. So pretty incredible. They've learned a lot with the Ingenuity program. In other words, we can actually achieve flight on a planet with very, very limited amount of atmosphere. That was the big concern. You don't really have the atmosphere there. Other industry headlines. All right, here we go on a Back to Work Monday. I know we've got some Walmart drivers out there. One Walmart driver says he has 15 years left of working, and he intends to spend them hauling loads for Walmart, maybe if I won the lottery or maybe married a sugar mama. I don't see myself going anywhere. This driver from Texas, who asked not to have his name included because he's not allowed to speak on behalf of the company, but that sort of loyalty to a single company is very unusual, as we know, in the trucking industry, an industry that's notorious for massive turnover. And this driver is not alone in his dedication to Walmart. One of the best jobs you can get in trucking, he says, is Walmart. Truck drivers can make up to $110,000 in their first year at the company. That's twice the nationwide median pay of a truck driver, certainly above the $11.70 an hour that the average working associate earns at Walmart. Home time, paid vacation, good health insurance, also guaranteed for the company drivers at Walmart. Now, these offerings are pretty elusive in the trucking world, and they explain it's not out of the goodness of Walmart's corporate heart that they pay truck drivers a truckload. Rather, it is the fact that truck drivers are key to Walmart's retail dominance, and they have been from the start. Without a highly engaged trucking workforce, it's not likely the company would have flourished the way it has. The Fortune 1 company prioritized supply chain long before that became the actual buzzword. Walmart employs about 14,000 drivers. That makes it comparable to some of the largest for-hire fleets in the country. They've added 5,800 drivers to the company in the past 5 years alone. Recently, Walmart has shifted some of their strategies around recruiting these new drivers. In 2018, they changed their truck driving recruitment program to allow more drivers to pass its program. A senior vice president told Yahoo Finance at the time it was because of the shortage of truck drivers, which that's another debate for another time. But last year, Walmart announced another change. January of last year, building on a pilot that they launched the year before, that they would allow Walmart associates living in participating locations to apply to a 12-week CDL program. For maybe the first time, the Walmart company driver doesn't have to have years of experience to get behind the wheel of their branded 18-wheelers. It may be that Walmart's tack on trucking is changing, they say. Decades before they became the biggest company in the world, raking in $611 billion in revenue last year, the leadership team couldn't find anyone to haul freight to its first stores. They operated mostly in the boondocks, far from where most trucking companies wanted to go. We couldn't find anybody who wanted to run their truck 60, 70 miles out of the way into these little towns. Now, we were totally ignored by the distributors and the jobbers. She's going back to the early 1990s. That's not only how we came to build our own distribution system, but also how we got used to beating the heck out of everybody's prices. This forced Sam Walton to build up his own network of suppliers as well. They elected to work directly with the brands that they sell in-store, which still allows the company unusual control over the minutia of the products of some pretty big companies. So they were kind of the one that got it all started. Now the question, so why is Walmart so obsessed with its truck drivers? Kroger, Home Depot, Target, and those all operate huge supply chains and obviously manage to get their shelves stocked without that front and center obsession on supply chain. But Walmart's supply chain is different for a few key reasons. According to the director of the Center for Supply Chain Innovation at Auburn University, he kind of laid it out. Walmart is just, bigger than any other retailer. 4,616 stores compared to less than 2,000 for Target, about 2,200 for Home Depot, about 2,750 for Kroger. Walmart also has a larger average square footage per store. They've got the mix of grocery and general merchandise. That kind of adds complexity to the trucking network. As a result of their large private fleet, they've got a lot of clout among the equipment manufacturers and other trucking service providers. That's the type of status that usually is reserved for companies that only do trucking. In other words, you get better deals on bulk purchases of trucks, vehicle maintenance and repair, typical service. It is 844-3388 on Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, 5-7 going to be checking in here in just a moment. I think he's calling about the Walmart thing I just shared, but I think he may be keenly interested in this story as well. For several years, we've been having a very difficult time meeting our recruiting goals in the military, pretty much across the board. The U.S. Navy is now starting to enlist individuals who did not graduate from high school or get a GED, marking the second time in about a year that the service has opened the door to lowering their performance recruits or lower performing recruits as they struggle to meet their enlistment goals. This follows a move in December of 22 to bring in a larger number of recruits who score very low on the Armed Services Qualification Test. Both are fairly rare steps that the other military services largely avoid or limit, even though they're all finding it more difficult to attract the dwindling number of young people who can meet the physical, mental, and moral standards. Under the new plan, Navy recruits without an education credential will be able to join as long as they score 50 or above on the qualification test, which is out of 99. It's like 50%, right? Yeah, the last time the service took individuals without education credentials was in 2000. We get thousands of people into our recruiting stations every year that want to join but don't have an educational credential, and we just turn them away, according to the Navy's chief of personnel. In an interview Friday with the Associated Press, he said that of the more than 2,400 who were turned away last year, as many as 500 of them could score high enough to get in. Now, he said he's already sent an order to his recruiters to start the new expanded effort, adding, I'm hoping all my recruiters have called all 2,442 of them in the last 72 hours, and we'll see how it goes. We'll try to get some test takers in this weekend. In the wake of the pandemic, the service facing significant enlistment challenges. Now, during the pandemic, the COVID forced the military to shut down recruiting stations. They were closed out of high schools, many closed, many public fairs, events where they historically found a lot of success reaching prospective candidates. But even as things began to open up, the military struggling to compete their higher-paying businesses, competed with them in a tight job market. All right, these economic problems exacerbated by the sharp political divide in this country and young people's fears of being killed or injured going to war. And in times like this, when you've got China, the saber-rattling, North Korea, potentially getting a wider conflict with the developing scenario there with Iran and their proxies, I can see why it's very difficult times for people wanting to volunteer for the force. But hey there, 5-7.
Good morning. Sorry about coming in late. Going to the DA today, 8:30 this morning. Just do a little bit of maintenance on the truck here, getting things shuttled around. Afghanistan, my one grandson, he goes, comes back. Thank God. He's injured. He's got, his eardrum totally blown out. He'll never hear out of that one ear. My granddaughter, as soon as he leaves, my granddaughter goes into boot camp, and she got out of Germany. She was on a like a Patriot missile thing, missile defense in a base in Germany. Well, she just got out and come home last month. And finally, my other grandson up there in West Virginia joined the United States Marine Corps. So these grandkids are trying to kill me. And believe me, I didn't think it wasn't nothing for me to go. I didn't think much of it. And having your kids do that, that's disturbing. You got to wonder, moral standards? You got to accept transgenders?
Right.
What?
Right.
I mean, in our day it was, you like boys or you like girls? Which, now that I'm an old man, just that question alone is sort of inappropriate. But, I like women. But, that's a head scratcher. But it's been in the news, and I wonder if they're not seeing it. And that might have something to do with the fact that they're not interested. But all I'm saying is it sounds like they're preparing for the draft. So you soccer moms that voted for Biden when your kids were 15, 16, 17 after playing soccer because you didn't like a mean tweet, well, guess what? Joe Biden might have put us in World War III. So your child, because your vote might put your child on the battle line. Our votes count. Our votes mean something. Finally, I drove for Daymark Transportation, and we were servicing Sam's Clubs, and if they only wanted 2 cases of Haagen-Dazs on a mixed pallet of everything else for their store, that's what the Daymark warehouses would fix up for them and deliver. And working to service Walmart has always been a headache. Going on back to when I hauled dry freight, and that was for J.B. Hunt, one good thing is you never had to worry about a lumper going into a Walmart warehouse, because most pallets are stacked 5 high. Walmart would only receive theirs stacked 4 high. That way they could stack it up in their warehouse. So, but one day I was in Russellville, Arkansas, and some old man in some raggedy old work clothes comes up and hands me a pair of work gloves. I said, well, thank you. A little bit later, he climbs in this beat-up old truck and drives off. Well, it was only later that was old man Walton gave me them gloves, and I was very impressed. They did take care of their drivers back then. So, but yeah, back in the day, even for J.B. Hunt, they had a requirement. You had to have at least 3 years over the road experience. So it just more and more drivers up there getting on this ice and snow don't have enough sense to slow down, I guess. But appreciate the show, and y'all pray for me. I hate going to the doctors. Other than that,
oh boy! Down. All right, you sound like my wife. Are you scared of the needles or what? You were in the military. You can't be scared of needles. You had to get all those shots in the butt. You line them up one after another, right? All right, got final hour coming our way just ahead. And it is 844-844-3388. Truck parking is an issue, obviously, in the trucking industry. Last week, the Department of Transportation announced millions of dollars of grant funding has been awarded to fund the building of hundreds of truck parking spaces in multiple states. What are we going to see? Who's building what where? Give you what we know coming up again in our final hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. This Sunday, Texas not backing down after a standoff with the federal government over razor wire put up in the town of Eagle Pass to keep illegal aliens out. Republican Governor Greg Abbott refusing to remove the razor wire that is keeping people from coming into our country. Houthi rebels backed by Iran continue to strike ships in the Red Sea this Sunday. There have been at least 159 attacks by the Houthis on U.S. troops in the Middle East since October 17th. The United States and allies pulling funding from a UN group that reportedly participated in the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. 1,200 Jewish people shot and killed there, more than 200 hostages taken, more than 100 remain held by Hamas in Gaza.
Bipartisan bill would be good for America and help fix our broken immigration system and allow speedy access for those who deserve to be here. And Congress needs to get it done.
President Biden campaigns in South Carolina ahead of the Democrat primary in that state, which is coming up on Saturday, February 3rd. He claims Bidenomics is working, but a Pew Research poll finds 72% of Americans worried about soaring food prices, others worried about the cost of a home. Wife Jill campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. And the winner of today's football games head to the Super Bowl.
We find out who's taking part in the Super Bowl this weekend. On Sunday, first, the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Ravens in the AFC Championship. That one's in Baltimore. Kickoff set for 3 p.m. Eastern from M&T Bank Stadium. In the NFC Championship, the Detroit Lions traveling to the West Coast to take on the San Francisco 49ers. Kickoff there, 6:30 Eastern from Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A warning to Americans traveling to the Bahamas, as there have been 18 murders there so far this year. The U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas releasing a security warning and travel advisory in light of an uptick in gang violence. Now, earlier in the week, the State Department putting Jamaica on a travel advisory list due to an increase in violence there. Staggering sums of money. Former President Donald Trump ordered to pay E. Jean Carroll a whopping total of $83 million in damages for defaming her. The New York jury in federal court awarding $18 million in compensatory damages and $65 million in punitive damages. She originally asked for $10 million. The jury deliberated for 3 hours and came to a unanimous verdict. Now, on Truth Social, Donald Trump writing, "Absolutely ridiculous!" Exclamation point. "I fully disagree with both verdicts and will be appealing this whole Biden-directed witch hunt focused on me and the Republican Party. Our legal system is out of control and being used as a political weapon," he writes. "They have taken away all First Amendment rights. This is not America!" Exclamation point. The LA Times announcing a large wave of layoffs. The paper says it plans to cut roughly a quarter of its staff, or about 115 people, from the newsroom. These job cuts expected as the owners of California's largest daily paper say it's losing between $30 and $40 million a year. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Get that final hour underway on a Monday as we close out the weekend. What do you got? 29th day of January. Industry headlines. How about you? You need to pay more. At what point do you say enough is enough, right? The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration proposed a 25% increase to the 2025 Unified Carrier Registration fees. Dozens of truckers have told the agency such an increase isn't feasible. We were already in difficult economic times. Everything is going up, but our rates. Jamie Marshall is a one-truck owner-operator. Will there be anything created for us and not against us? The FMCSA announced the planned increase in a notice of proposed rulemaking on the 9th of January. Depending on a carrier's number of commercial motor vehicles, the fees would increase as little as $9 or as much as $9,000. Another fee. UCR is the annual permit that most motor carriers must pay if they have an active DOT number, regardless of whether they're using that DOT number or whether it's marked interstate. Now, all states are required to enforce UCR requirements, whether or not a state participates in it. The not participating states are Arizona, Florida, Hawaii, Maryland, Nevada, New Jersey, Oregon, Vermont, and Wyoming. Washington, D.C. also does not participate, but this applies to all motor carriers and entities required to register with the FMCSA, including those based in Canada and Mexico. Melvin Ellis writes in the comments to the FMCSA, a resounding no to the proposed increase in fees to the UCR. This will result in increases on already sky-high goods and services. The FMCSA is tone deaf, along with all the other federal agencies, as to the suffering of its citizens. This regulatory overreach will be passed on to the consumers. Why don't you learn to operate within your budget? The proposed 25% increase in UCR fees follows several years of reductions. Of course, OOIDA, representing small business truckers, has continued to push for reduced fees. They argued last year that fees were contrary to the statute and the Administrative Procedures Act. Either way, as of last Friday, the 26th, about 50 comments, just over 50 comments had been filed to date at the regulations.gov website. If you would like to comment, the comment period is open through February the 8th. So you got about 10 days left. You would go to the website regulations.gov. you would have to enter the docket number, which is FMCSA-2023-0268-0001. A little longer than the typical docket number, but FMCSA-2023-0268-0001. Make your sentiments heard, right? All right, we mentioned there before the news break, January 25, the Department of Transportation announced $292 million in federal funding for truck parking projects in several states as part of a discretionary grant program. Let me see. We have a few. $180 million for the Florida DOT to build over 900 truck parking spaces along I-4 in Central Florida. 4 locations, Volusia, Seminole, and Osceola counties. $40 million for a project in the Lehigh Valley International Airport in Pennsylvania, which would include the creation of a safe truck parking area as an alternative to the current practice of parking off-site in unauthorized locations nearby. $8 million for the Wisconsin DOT to reconstruct a safety rest area along I-90 in Sparta, Wisconsin. That would expand the number of spots from a mere 16 to 70 parking spots there. $12 million for Washington State's DOT to deploy a regional truck parking information management system at 54 truck parking facilities along the I-5 corridor in Washington, Oregon, and California to connect truck drivers with available parking. Lastly, $92 million for the Missouri DOT to improve I-70, which includes new truck parking facilities and truck parking information systems. This nearly $300 million in truck parking funding comes in addition to the $80 million in federal grant funding that was announced back in September of last year. OOIDA praising the DOT for earmarking funds for much-needed truck parking. As a driver, I can tell you firsthand, when truckers don't have a safe place to park, we are put in a no-win situation. We must either continue to drive while fatigued or out of legal driving time, or park in an undesignated, oftentimes unsafe location, like the side of the road or an abandoned lot. It forces truck drivers to make a choice between safety and following the hours of service rules. OOIDA and the 150,000 small business truckers we represent, thanks to the department for their increased focus on resolving an issue that has plagued this industry for decades, as we know. All right, let's see. Daryl checks in on a Monday morning. Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing well. Did you get enough rain over the weekend, Daryl? It's just been rain.
Yes, and I have tenants, and they've been calling and saying they've got leaks.
You know what? My wife went over to my mom's this past evening, and I went down to the basement for something, I don't know, putting Christmas stuff away or something. There's water coming in her basement. They spent hours, they said, trying to sop things up. Now, my uncle, who does renovation work, had 3 separate calls last evening from people with flooded basement issues.
Sump pumps just can't carry the water away, and a lot of people do not have sump pumps in older houses.
Yep.
But I walk out in my backyard and see a little water standing, and I know that the ground is soaked all the way down.
Correct.
You talked about the L.A. Times laying off 130 workers. I was in L.A. a few years ago and bought a Sunday paper, paid $2 or $3 for it, and I hadn't walked down the street a half a block till a homeless guy was selling them for $0.25 a piece.
And I figured that he put $2 or $3 in there and took out all the Sunday papers that were in the rack and was peddling them out on the street.
That makes sense.
So I could understand them losing money.
Yep.
And he talked about the rates going up in taxes and stuff. Arkansas used to have a law. I don't know whether they still have it or not, but you had to buy diesel fuel in Arkansas before you got out of the state. And they had the way stations posted close to the state borders because Arkansas gas was higher than it was in Missouri and maybe in Texas. And people would drive across the entire state of Arkansas and not buy any diesel fuel. So I don't know whether that's true today or not, but that's one of the headaches that truckers had to put up with back then. They had to have that sticker on the side of their truck.
Mm-hmm.
And they would definitely arrest them for not buying diesel fuel or make them go buy diesel fuel before they got out of the state. Did you watch any of the football games?
I did not. I hit the hay probably about 2:30 yesterday afternoon, so I didn't get to see either game.
I called my son at the end of the first game when Kansas City won, and he had gone to sleep and was watching it on the recorder. He didn't want to know who won.
Don't spoiler alert! Don't spoil it for me.
I didn't know people did that. I thought people just watched regular TV.
Yep.
But some people watch the recorded TV. I was wondering if you had to do that sometime, if there was something you really wanted to watch. Do you hit a recorder and watch a recorded show later on in the daytime or something?
We've got the whole DVR thing, and if there's a game that I really want to see, the only problem is most of the time you somehow or another you either hear it on the radio or see it on, that who won, and it's like, well, screw it. I don't want to watch it now. I know who won.
I told my son I was going to be eating Kansas City steaks. I go into Outback and they have New York steaks on the menu, and I order Kansas City steaks, which is the same thing.
Yeah.
But I said, I'm not going to order a New York strip. I want a Kansas City strip. Listen, you have a good week, and please send me some dry weather. Do you know what the weather forecast for our area tomorrow is?
I know there's that little clipper coming down. I think we're going to be south of any frozen precip down in our neck of the woods.
I have a funeral to work tomorrow, and it is a burial at the cemetery, so sometimes them places can be the coldest places on earth. I had one a few years ago, and it was 20 degrees, and wind was blowing. And I tell you what, I can say a fast prayer during those conditions.
I hear you. Righto. Yeah,
I'll see you down the road.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get into a warm place is the idea, right? All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I've been hearing discussions off and on for the last couple of years about, why is China buying up so much land here in our country? You've heard that? See, state and federal lawmakers are pushing to regulate foreign ownership of U.S. real estate because the fears that Chinese entities are creating a national security risk, amassing swaths of U.S. farmland, some of which is near sensitive sites, a.k.a. military bases and things of that nature. A review by NBC News of thousands of documents filed with the Department of Agriculture shows actually very few purchases by Chinese buyers in the past year and a half. Matter of fact, fewer than 1,400 acres in a country with 1.3 billion acres of agricultural land. In fact, the total amount of U.S. agricultural land owned by Chinese interest is less than 3/100ths of 1%. But the review also reveals a federal oversight system in which reporting of foreign ownerships is very lax and enforcement minimal. In other words, any foreign individual or entity that buys or leases U.S. agricultural land is required by federal law to report the transaction to the USDA within 90 days, yet many are not reported for years. In one case, more than 20 years. And in that same time period, no one has been fined. More than $121,000 for failure to make such a report. So they just don't really follow up. We were able to review filings on foreign purchases and leases of agricultural land, meaning both farm and forest land, from 35 states since January 1 of 2022. The vast majority of transactions were European wind power companies leasing land from U.S. farmers to build wind turbines. One Italian wind company disclosed 40 new leases of farmland in just one rural Illinois county. That same company had leases in at least 4 other states. In those 35 states, we found 11 purchases by Chinese entities that had been reported to the USDA from January 1 of 22 to June of last year. Several of those disclosures were not recent sales, and at least one was a repeat of a previous disclosure. Another was not reported to the government till it had been revealed in the media. Smithfield Foods reported that it purchased 186 acres in 22 and 23 in Missouri and North Carolina, adding to their existing portfolio of about 128,000 acres. Now, Smithfield was purchased by a Chinese firm in 2013. There are some important issues to be addressed between the U.S. and China. According to Smithfield Vice President of Corporate Affairs, ownership of U.S. agriculture land, he says, is not one of them. But I can share this. The second largest foreign landowner in the United States has been identified as Chen Tengquayo, a Chinese billionaire and member of the Chinese Communist Party, as revealed by a comprehensive review of Chinese language news reports. According to the Land Report, Chen, who serves as founder, chair, and CEO of the global investment firm Shanda Group, owns 198,000 acres of land in Oregon. The acquisition of the land, amounting to $85 million in 2015, positioned Chen as the 82nd largest property owner in the United States and the second largest foreign landowner, trailing a Canadian family that has over 1 million acres in the state of Maine. As far as the report, portions of Chen's land, about 33,000 acres, encompasses Oregon's Bull Springs Skyline forests, featuring springs, creeks, timberland, wildlife. In response to the Daily Caller report, Representative Chavez DeRimmer of Oregon said, "I'm deeply concerned that individuals tied to the Chinese Communist Party are buying up Oregon timberland. I'm proud to be an original composer of 2 proposals that seek to prevent our competitors and adversaries to the U.S. from purchasing our valuable land." Now, Chen's real estate portfolio extends beyond rural areas, including urban properties like the Vanderbilt Mansion in New York City, the Sealy Mud Estate near L.A., 150,000 square foot research facility at the California Institute of Technology. The issue of Chinese ownership of U.S. land, particularly in the agricultural sector, has drawn increased scrutiny from Republican governors who view this as a potential national security threat. Recent legislative and executive actions in states like Florida and Missouri indeed reflect a growing awareness of those concerns. One of the Chinese Communist Party's goals is to undermine and weaken America. This includes instances where our great adversary continues to buy land, whether it's farmland or near our military installations. All right, aside from his membership in the Chinese Communist Party, Chen's involvement in Chinese government affairs includes serving as a representative to the 11th and 12th Councils of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, a government agency that brings together various actors inside and outside the party and plays a crucial role in shaping domestic and foreign policies. About a minute from news break here. But it depends on who you ask there. You can't but wonder how much of this property hasn't even really been divulged to the Department of Agriculture, and why don't they actually follow up? Real quick, a DA of the Week nominee, he picked the wrong people to try and arrest. He was actually impersonating a police officer, displayed a badge to what turned out to be 2 real police officers. Walking in the middle of the road last week, disrupting traffic. This was out of the Atlanta area. When Marietta officers approached him and tried to speak with him, he pulled out a metal badge with the words "Special Police" displayed and told them they were under arrest for assaulting an officer. He even read them their Miranda rights. But instead of arresting the officers, Brown was the one placed under arrest. He's booked in the Cobb County Jail.
USA News Update. This Sunday, Texas not backing down after a standoff with the federal government over razor wire put up in the town of Eagle Pass to keep illegal aliens out. Republican Governor Greg Abbott refusing to remove the razor wire that is keeping people from coming into our country.
Bipartisan bill would be good for America and help fix our broken immigration system and allow speedy access for those who deserve to be here. And Congress needs to get it done.
President Biden campaigns in South Carolina ahead of the Democrat primary in that state, which is coming up on Saturday, February 3rd. He claims Bidenomics is working, but a Pew Research poll finds 72% of Americans worried about soaring food prices, others worried about the cost of a home. Wife Jill campaigning in Columbia, South Carolina as well. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, what do you say? Happy Monday! Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stayville. Looking at 39 Fort Wayne, 38 Sterling Heights of Michigan today. We start another week. Here we go. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. Have a safe, great week. Truck and Phil is on board. Semper Fi. Steve in Columbus. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Yeah, the weekend came and went way too fast once again. But we enjoyed it, though. Got some much-needed rest in. Couple things done around the house. Got the coffee poured. Car is warmed up. Time to head into town. See what the day brings us. The greatest day of the week. Frank, talking about Super Bowl 2 weeks from yesterday. He said Taylor Swift's going to be crying when the Chiefs lose to the 49ers. I know there's somebody out there that's probably crying this morning. I saw they had posted a copy of their bet receipt for yesterday's game. They had slapped $110,000 down on the Detroit Lions to win, which would have, well, had they won, brought them a $100,000 windfall. That 110 would have been $210,000. But they're $110,000 to the negative this morning. The bookies were the winners on that one. Morning, Scarecrow. Happy Monday.
Hey, buddy. Well, Steve, I was informed on Saturday already that should the Chiefs be in the Super Bowl, that yes, Taylor would be in the house. I don't know where my bride picked that up. I think it may be on the news or such on Friday morning already, but the question was, would she be there?
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently Saturday, I think she's got a concert in Japan or somewhere overseas like that.
Correct.
But not to worry that she has a private jet that's going to whisk her away, and so she'll be available for all them photo shots and whatnot. So yeah, it will be a curious how many times she gets the upfront view and footage and all. I don't remember which game it was. Probably the first game yesterday. Yeah, Bud Light, they were just front big time there, Steve.
Were they?
Yeah. I guess we heard that they were gonna. Oh yeah, it was. I can't remember the various celebrities that were in the shot, but it was no mistaking what they were pushing. So, and weren't you saying last week already that they were going to be making a big splash in the Super Bowl itself?
Yes, a return to the Super Bowl, a 60-second ad, a 30-second ad, and a Michelob Ultra ad. So, I mean, that brings up to about $23 million, though.
Yeah, man, that's gonna take a lot of discount price Bud Light to pay for them at airtime, man. No. So either way, yeah, we've got that to. Well, I can't say look forward to, but it really wasn't a concern of mine whether she was going to be in house or not.
Yep.
Oh, what else is taking place here? Oh, you talked about those rest areas that were expansion there. Is that funding that's been committed? Is it actually going to happen, or it just a curious? You mentioned Sparta, Wisconsin. That's about the 20-mile mark on I-90 there. It's basically my backyard. So, yeah, it's just a handful of parking spots right now. It's surprising that they would establish a rest area that small, but it sounds like improvements are on the way. Now, Steve, I'm really, really thinking about some type of a reimbursement or for my ticket for attending this program here this morning. And I'm sure several other listeners are thinking about this too. You know, everybody out here right now, Steve, knew darn well that Monkey Gouger was going to be making an appearance on tonight's program. And I'm thinking everybody was expecting some pearls of wisdom that we've all come to know from him. Now, what did we get? We got a manure hauler talking about COVID. What the hell's that? For heaven's sakes. How long was he off? How long was he off, Steve? And that's all he could tell us about? And beyond that, I truly expected to hear that him suggest that we establish a GoFundMe page to help pay off that Christmas present that got put on. You notice he did make sure it was his card that it went on. He made sure we knew that. So, yeah, I would think they're probably. Oh, he'll be backpedaling tomorrow. Tomorrow night when he calls in. There'll be smooth. He'll be smoothing and smoothing things out for us, I'm sure. Because I may get a repercussion even before I make it home here this morning. But we'll take care of that. We'll deal with that when it comes their way. FaceTimed with Junior over in Osan yesterday. We knew this was going to happen eventually, Steve. It's surprising it didn't happen years back, but the U2 program, unless somebody decides to come up with a few $100 million to make it go another year, the end is near for the U2 program.
Really?
Brandon didn't give me any specifics, but so I did a search, afterwards, and yeah, apparently a lot of links, stating 26 will be the dagger that sticks. But then one link also suggested that September of 25 will be the end of, actually, probably flights, and then I'm guessing in 26 the actual disbanding of the squadron, so to speak. So yeah, that's basically the last of the Cold War era, Skunk Works editions. So, but that, along with there's a drone too that's gonna meet us demise. When we toured last fall, when we were out there were 3 or 4 of these drones in the terminal tour and the hangars. So, but apparently space-bound technology. It didn't say specifically satellites, but for the most part, I guess that's what it'd have to be. In addition to that, with the Space Force, all that activities and such. But so it's a curiosity from our standpoint here, Steve. His current tour will be up in about mid-June of next year. So just wondering if they'll have him stick around until September, or what's going to transpire there. But yeah, it's as if you research, there's been several times over the years they've wanted to pull the plug on it, but they've been able to find a niche, for the service of that plane. But no, it's somewhat of a dinosaur, but other than the B-52, there aren't too many ancient pieces of iron that are still able to pull their weight. So that's kind of my big news for the day anyway.
Wow. Between
that and Taylor, of course. So either way, that is all I have for you at the moment here, pal. So yeah, I got to sit back here and prepare for the harpoons that are going to be flinging my way.
There you go. All right.
From the Texas area. So, all right, Steve, that's all. Thanks, man.
Have a great Monday. All right, safe travels out there. All right, the whole Fani Willis scenario, the district attorney there in Georgia, continues to get deeper and deeper. Friday, Georgia Republicans unveiled a 1-2 punch targeting her. Oh, we all know the background. Fannie last year secured the indictment of former President Trump and 18 co-defendants on allegations they were involved in a conspiracy to interfere with the 2020 election results. In recent days, though, Willis coming under fire. Allegations of a personal relationship with Nathan Wade, the prosecutor that she hired to oversee the investigation of Trump. Documents released as part of Wade's divorce case indicating the two have indeed traveled together. Republican State Representative Charles Byrd Friday introducing a resolution calling for Willis to be impeached. With freedom on the line, bold action is necessary. It's time for the legislature to do its constitutional duty and hold corrupt Fulton DA Fannie Willis accountable, which why I have introduced H.R. 872, Articles of Impeachment against Fannie Willis, says Byrd. In an accompanying statement, Byrd said Willis sought to prosecute Trump and his co-defendants for their constitutional right to question the integrity of the 2020 election. Hello, the First Amendment is still the bedrock of this country, and Fannie Willis can't overturn it because she has Trump derangement syndrome. It is time for our state lawmakers to draw a line in the sand and put an end to her refusal to uphold the Constitution. Now, that statement noted Willis also has come under scrutiny for possible conflict of interest in hiring a potential paramour in the case against Trump. Fannie has a laundry list of potential conflicts that make her unworthy and unfit to be the district attorney in Fulton County. Someone elected to that office is expected to uphold the law and not weaponize their office for political gain. Since day one, when she was elected, Fannie Willis has embarrassed the criminal justice system in Fulton County and our entire state. The time to act is now. I encourage my colleagues in the General Assembly to join me and impeach Fannie Willis. This accused Willis of malfeasance, tyrannical partiality, and oppression in indicting Trump and his co-defendants. It further stated Willis engaged in an inappropriate relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade and paid Wade close to $700,000, and that a result of Fannie T. Willis' inappropriate relationship with Nathan, she has financially benefited. Now, while Byrd was seeking to impeach Willis, Georgia Senate Republicans Friday formed a committee to investigate allegations against her revolving around Wade. According to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the resolution to form the panel passed by a vote of 30-19, pretty much obviously a party line vote. State Senator Greg Dolezal said senators have an obligation to see how public money is spent. This is about an officer of the state of Georgia with a subdivision of the state of Georgia and how they're using state funds. This falls squarely within what we should be talking about and that we should be addressing. Another Republican state senator, Brandon Beach, said, "It is becoming more and more clear that this was a prosecution for personal benefit. It is my hope that this investigative committee will use their subpoena power and subpoena witnesses and records to explore if state funds were spent on these lavish trips and fine dining at restaurants. Did security details travel on these trips, and who paid for their expenses? Did Miss Willis break any ethics law by not disclosing any gifts that she had received?" All right, so the plot thickens in Georgia. Where do we go from here? Who knows?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it real quick here. Yeah, yes, indeed. Horse feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, it's a relief to know that Taylor Swift is planning on being in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. That's a complete relief off my mind.
News we needed to
Now I
know.
have that information. But absolutely. So, anyways, I don't know if you got a chance to touch on it or not, but over the weekend there, they had a multi-car vehicle accident there on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge there, which is not to be confused with the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, because I did hear from some people that didn't realize they were going to be stopped in the 6 hours delay going on the westbound span because they thought it was the other bridge tunnel deal. But yeah, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge is US 50, US 301. The other bridge tunnel is US 13. So, but yeah, I forget exactly how many vehicles were involved, and there were some injuries, and I don't know the extent of all the injuries and everything. But 6 hours of cleanup of having the road shut down, Your Honor, Saturday morning.
I was thinking, okay, so I knew that it was too warm to be any snow or ice. I mean, on a bridge, the first thing you think about this time of year is ice, but I knew you guys had warmed up, so it was the fog that got them.
Yeah, it was. They said it was down to zero visibility on the bridge, so it was the point. I'd actually been across there about midnight, somewhere around midnight, maybe 12:30, and there was you probably see a good 1,000 yards, 800 to 1,000 yards there, and so 800 feet to 1,000 yards, and so anyways, but I guess it thickened up more through the night there, and as they say, they were right down close to zero visibility out there on the bridge. So again, one person screws up. They didn't completely decide who was the at fault to begin with, but as one happened, then it just becomes the chain reaction because everybody's just a little bit too fast, a little bit too close, and if somebody gets in there and there's no lights on in the fog, then you have more issues with that too. So. Yeah, but anyways, I don't know. Maybe you can get a little more information and get the full update.
Yeah, I mean, the report you shared with me, I mean, you did send me a link. Now, I said the initial accident involved like 23 vehicles, and then approximately 20 additional vehicles involved, I guess because they couldn't see additional accidents behind that original 23 vehicle scene. 2 critical injuries. I think there were 13 or 11 like non-life-threatening injuries, but what a mess.
Okay. Yeah, and then the thing is, of course, being out there on the bridge is very limited access to get to it and very limited working area. You just don't have the sides of the road, the shoulders, and all that out there. The only good thing was it was actually on the 3-lane span and not the 2-lane span. But anyways, yeah. So that was all the rest of the happy news I had from the weekend there. So other than that, I guess we'll let you get towards the end of the show here and wrap it up for, what do you got to do? 844-844-3388. And of course, you get what? Your 10% off for the Steve Summers overnight drive and 15% off over there at Gold Eagle. You do that too, right?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, indeed.
All right. Very good then, Your Honor.
Thank you much, Horse Feathers. Or was that the anonymous hippopotamus? Have a good morning. Safe travels. So they're looking to possibly impeach Fani Willis, we just mentioned. And real quick, in case you had missed it, House Republicans on Sunday, yesterday, released 2 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as they vow to swiftly push forward to oust this guy. What they call his failure to manage the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, Democrats and the agency slammed the move as a politically motivated stunt, lacking the constitutional basis to remove him. Republicans contend Mayorkas is guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors that amount to a willful, systemic refusal to comply with the law when it comes to immigration and a breach of the public trust. Impeachment, they say, is Congress's only viable option. Alejandro Mayorkas willfully and systematically refused to comply with immigration laws, failed to control the border to the detriment of national security. He has compromised public safety. He has violated the rule of law and the separation of powers in the Constitution to the manifest injury of the people of the United States, says the resolution. Republicans have moved with rapid speed against Mayorkas after a series of hearings in recent weeks, all at a time when border security and immigration are the top issues in this 24 election campaign. Trump is promising to launch the largest deportation operation in U.S. history if he returns to the White House. But it all comes at a very curious time for Mayorkas. Even as the House is taking steps to remove him, Mayorkas has been engaged in arduous negotiation with senators trying to reach a bipartisan deal on border policy. He's actually won some praise from senators for being engaged in the process. Either way, the House Homeland Security Committee is set to vote on Tuesday of this week in regards to the articles of impeachment, aimed to send them to the full House. And Speaker Johnson has said the House will move forward as soon as possible to vote after that. This may be Mayorkas' week to hit the door, maybe. Hey, we close it out on a Monday. Have a great day. Safe travels out there. Thanks for being with us. Come back at the midnight hour Eastern time. What do you say we'll do it all again? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I